you guys, it's Wednesday evening. Oh, I'm glad we didn't have the same shirt on because I just went and changed shirts and I didn't ask you which t-shirt you had on.
I just would have got up and changed. I'm not scared.
Because sometimes...
Or take my shirt off.
Start swinging it around.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because sometimes we turn up and it's like, if I haven't noticed what you were watching and I was just like, oh shit, we have the same t-shirt on.
Don't think about it. We got a closet full of shirts.
Well, yeah, and like I said, we have a lot of the same ones because we make a lot of them, right. So you know what I mean.
They're like our work shirts.
Yeah.
We're wearing them all the time when we're in the house fucking working on shit or just watching shit. We're going out of the store. We do it without even thinking about it now.
Yeah.
Some of them are shirts that like that one, we made that for somebody else. Isn't that?
Yeah.
Which one is that one?
Absolution.
Yeah, Absolution, yeah.
That's the Gothic Festival in Tampa, which is coming up again. They're doing it this year.
Yeah, they want me to make the next shirt.
It's October 7th, 8th, and 9th, which is a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Actually, it's not the Absolution shirt that they want. They want me to do the...
Communion After Dark.
The communion shirt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for their show. For their
radio show.
Yeah, let's see who's here.
Sandra has a sad uterus.
Yeah! I don't know how that shit happened.
All of our uteruses are sad.
Yeah. See who else is here. Bee's Nest is in there. He's on the phone.
Okay, well, don't let us interrupt you.
He's telling us, I'm on the phone.
We're boring him,
yeah.
I guess.
Okay.
You guys don't interrupt me. I'm on the phone.
She's driving home. She'll catch it when she gets home.
Okay, so that's cool. Yeah.
She's driving home. All right. DJ Maniac says that we had a club night here in New York City called That Back in the Day.
So what? Like Absolution,
okay.
Probably.
Absolution, probably.
Yeah, I think that's probably where they got the name from.
Yeah.
It was really good when we went. It was probably, I think it was 2 years ago, right? Because they didn't do one last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 3 days and, all kind of bands. All the bands are printed on the back. And
Gramthars is asking if we're moving, if the landlord gives us a boot. I guess he missed the other show.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, I didn't know how much of it we should go back into again, because I know not everybody listens to all our matinee shows.
Yeah.
So we did say, like, on Sunday what had happened, but we'll probably get into it on here, too, because I did actually kind of start cleaning stuff out in here. And
yeah, he needs this house because he's getting too old to go up and down the stairs.
Yeah, and their house was 2-story.
Yeah, so... they're giving us... They want to swap houses with us.
Yeah, essentially they're trading houses with us.
No increase in anything. Got 2 months to make the move. Because they got a bunch of houses. It's like this one was 2 stories. It's 50% larger.
Yeah, it's 1,000 square feet bigger than this one and has one more bedroom and one more bathroom.
And what? And another... And it also has another living room.
That's right.
It's got another living room upstairs.
Yeah.
And it's got 2 living rooms downstairs, a den, fucking kitchen. It's got, it's a big house.
It's much bigger than this house.
Yeah, it's going to be, the AC fucking bill's going to be higher, but it's still worth it, I guess. But it's only 10 miles up the road towards Eustis. It's back. I like it up there. It's getting too gentrified up in this bitch. It's
they're building like I said, we've said this on the show before, but when we moved here, like what was it, like 10 years ago or whatever, this wasn't like rural, but it was right on the edge of rural.
Yeah.
But since we've lived here, they've built like new housing complexes, new townhouses.
Oh, I forgot to tell you.
All kind of restaurants.
You know this road out here at the back gate?
Yeah.
Do you know did you hear all that noise?
Yeah.
You know what they're doing?
What are they doing?
They widened that.
Really? Like
they widened
today?
that road today.
Holy shit.
It's now 4 lanes.
Wow.
It's now 4 lanes.
Imagine that. I would have gone out in my car and been like, what the fuck? Where am I?
So it's time for us to go. It's time for us to go. They're putting in fucking stoplights and all kinds of shit. It's looking too civilized here. And this is going to be suburbia.
Well, it already
is that. Suburbia now. Yeah, it's suburbia.
I mean, because like I said, there was a lot of stuff.
It wasn't suburbia when we moved
There
here.
was some stuff when we moved here. Like, I think that Walgreens up around the corner, that was here. And I think there was, like, some restaurants and shit. But it's like, since we've been here, they built a hotel, a bank, a McDonald's. Like, they, I think a Starbucks, like, down the thing. They built, like, just tons and tons of stuff. Yeah. And down, like, a mile from us, they're also building another on-ramp to the highway. So that's like a big clusterfuck down
Yeah.
there. So, the houses they're building are like really nice. They're like $500,000 houses.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them, and they're building a lot of them. Actually, you know, at the end of the path that I walk on, they're building a house up there.
They're going to build a bunch of shit there. It's gonna lose
10 lots.
It's losing that semi-rural charm that it had. It's now becoming the suburbs, and you know, there's big housing complexes and stuff within a couple miles that are going up. It's too civilized, man. And where we're going, it's 10 miles up the road. It's on the edge of Eustis, which I've lived there before, lived in that area, but it's grown up there too. It's now over there like it used to be here 10 years ago when we moved here.
Yeah, I mean, the house we're going to, it's in a neighborhood like this one.
Yeah, it's all the same kind of houses.
It's not gated.
No.
Like, it doesn't have, which is fine with me, because that was always kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest with you. Because every time somebody would come over to visit, you'd have to call the front gate and, like, tell the people their name and what time they were coming and
when
blah,
it gets
blah,
grown
blah.
up over there, that's gonna go there too, though.
Yeah, I know.
Because it's got a housing commission. They'll put
I mean, they, like I said, they have a big sign out front and everything like that. What the hell is the name of it? Bear Brook or Bear
Brook, I think,
Creek or Bear something.
Yeah. It was high-end country housing.
Yeah.
When it was built, it's the same age as this one. It looks like houses on this street. Looks like it was made by the same company. It may have been. It looked like they've kind of been made by.
Although that's just kind of like the style they build houses nowadays.
Yeah.
Different companies.
It's the same age as this. He wants the same as this one, but it's 50% larger. He offered to sell it to me, which I might buy it. We'll see.
Eventually, when we have enough money.
We'll see.
But yeah, he's offering it to us for the same rent, even though it's 5 bedrooms, 3.5 bath.
Yeah. No,
this one's only 4.3, and it's 1,000 square feet bigger than this one.
Yeah.
And it has 2 stories. This is only 1 story.
Yeah.
Saunders says
it's kind of ugly on the outside.
I don't think it's ugly.
The outside.
I think it's better looking than the front of this house.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's got a single door. It needs a double door.
I don't know. I'm not like I said. I'm not super picky about it. I grew up in a fucking trailer park, and it's like somebody wants to give you like a really really nice house. It needs 2 doors, and then you're gonna be like all picky about it. It's like I don't understand that at all. Saunders says,
"We gotta furnish it though."
Yeah, well, we'll do it a little bit at a time.
All right.
Saunders said, you can't move because Path Kitty. I was just going to say, Path Kitty, a.k.a. Mr. McGuire, I have not seen him for more than 2 weeks.
That's somebody's house cat now.
And I think what happened, because it looked like, because like I said, for a long time, I was bringing him food and stuff like that, because it looked like he was too skinny, and other people on the path were taking care of him too. So, like, the last time, I think I was walking yesterday, and I had a couple people ask me, they're like, I haven't seen him around. And I think what happened, because somebody had started taking care of him, like somebody looked like they'd taken him to a groomer because he was all clean and combed and all his little wounds were fixed and he was kind of chubbing out. He's not fat, but he was just like regular cat size. So I think what happened was they're just like not letting him go outside anymore. Yeah. But like even before that had happened, like I was seeing him less often. Like a lot of times I'd only see him, like I used to see him every day, but then for a long time I was only seeing him like maybe once a week. And then now I haven't seen him for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 5 bedrooms, fucking 3 living rooms.
Yeah. And there's a living room upstairs. Right. Like a big, kind of big lounge area. And then there's 3 bedrooms and 2 baths upstairs. And then there's a bedroom and a bathroom downstairs and a half bath downstairs. And then there's like a living room. And I think there's also a great room. Yeah. Like I said, we were going to go see the inside today,
it's not
but
1,000 feet, dude. It's 1,000 feet bigger than this one.
Yeah, it's 1,000 square feet bigger than this one.
So it's going to be...
It's like 3,500 square feet.
3,500 square feet total. It's a huge house.
And I think
it's
this
a
one,
McMansion.
And I think this one is 2,400.
Yeah.
And this one is...
Yeah, so that one's 20. I think
this one's 4 bedroom, 3 bath. This one doesn't have a half bath.
Right. He's saying you can put a prepper room for all your fucking weapons and ammo. Actually, there's going to be offices. There's going to be a studio. Going to have and that second one there's going to be break room for the show because we're doing the show, so I can make stuff. I'm probably going to put a gym in there.
Yeah, I think one of the bedrooms is just going to be a gym. Like, I'm going to get, an exercise bike. And you got your weight sets. We can put that in there. Because then you don't have to, like, go out in the garage or in the heat.
Have stuff to decorate 2 living rooms. And I guess I can decorate 2 living rooms and a den with what I have already. Because we have 2 small living rooms and a den the way it is now.
Yeah.
So we just need a little bit more. It's not gonna matter. I'm not real. I kind of like empty space. I don't like cluttering up a house filled with fucking shit. I'm mostly just like artwork and shit and chairs and stuff that does stuff. But it's gonna look cool.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Like I said, I already kind of picked out because, you know, if you weren't here Sunday, we said we're going to go see the inside Friday and they're going to give us the keys.
Yeah, and then we have 2 months to move.
And then we have 2 months to move. So they said, they said you can take your time, just like move shit over there like a little bit at a time. You can paint it, whatever.
Right.
So
got new carpeting.
Yeah, they just paint. I think. Well, the only the second floor has carpeting. The first floor is all tile, which is nice because. I honestly, it's like if I could pick and if I had a house built, I would have 0 carpet.
Yeah, just all tile.
Because I'm
tile and wood floor.
I'm not a fan of carpet, but this one it's just the upstairs has carpet. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. One of the living rooms can be a goth bar with dope sound and lights. We're actually probably gonna
gonna put a bar in it.
The upstairs living room lounge area. I think since my office is gonna be upstairs, I think we're just gonna make that a combined like hangout room, bar, coffee station. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily, if I just want coffee or a snack or something, I don't have to like be going up and down the stairs.
We'll put a mini fridge in there.
Yeah, we'll have like a mini fridge and shit like that. So you know what I mean? Maybe a microwave, big TV, so we can like make popcorn and shit like that. So we can like sit up there and watch movies, and that'd be kind of neat. Because like I said, then I wouldn't really necessarily. I could just go and make coffee, you know, in the morning and just go right to my office. But,
yeah, so we're getting it before the fucking rents go sky high. Everybody's fucking moving here.
Yeah, and like I said, they're building new houses all over the place. They're building new
houses and fucking everybody's moving here. Everybody's moving here from New York and California.
I just noticed that they were building a house. Because remember I said up at the end of the path, up at 46.
Yeah.
That road is 46. Where the end of the path where the turnaround is. They were selling... I think, was it 10 lots? Maybe it was just 5 lots. But they were selling, like, lots back there because it was all empty. And because remember there's that, like, really old, like, wooden house that they're kind of dismantling, like, one by one. And I looked back there and they're building a house back there on one of those lots.
And what's funny is that I lived, like, a couple miles from where we're at, like in 2008, 2009, when I was fucking working in the fucking horse industry. I was living up there.
It's out where all the horse farms are.
And there was hardly anything out there other than farms and like fucking houses. Now there's fucking sushi bars and fucking restaurants and there's an AMC there.
They just built a nice new Publix grocery store. Publix grocery good. It's right up the street, which is nice.
Yeah, so it's lost a lot of its fucking ruralness. It's more like,
but
it's on the outskirts now.
Yeah, I mean the thing about it though, it's like I didn't mind because as soon as they said, "Hey, we want to trade houses. Hey, you want this like much bigger, kind of nicer house like for the same rent?" I was like, "Yes, please, okay." Yeah. The only thing I was worried, like we drove out there, I'm like, "Wow, this is kind of out." You know, it's not. You know when we drive out to my mom's house and drive out to it's not like that bad.
No.
So I'm kind of where I'm like, wow, this is kind of rural out here. But then it looked that they've built a lot of stuff like in the last few years.
Yeah, there's a lot of convenient stuff around there.
Yeah, so it's not like you're totally out in the middle of nowhere and there's no fucking Because my mom's house, half the time you can't even get a cell phone signal out there. That's how far out in the fucking...
Her mom's almost out in the forest.
It's Ocala National Forest. They have 10 acres, and there's other houses around there, and there's like a convenience store and a gas station like up on the corner. You know, they're not like out there and there's no one around.
Do they?
But
do they even have internet?
They do, but it's really, really slow.
Right.
And it depends. Like sometimes you can get cell service out there. Like sometimes I've taken my phone out there and you could kind of get like one bar. Yeah. But most of the time I can't get a signal.
Yeah, they are fucking what they call off the grid.
Which is why I really, really don't like driving out there. And it sucks. I don't really like driving out there to see her because I'm kind of like, especially not by myself, because I'm like, I'm not driving all the fucking way out in the middle of the forest and no cell phone service and get a fucking flat tire or my car break down on the way back in the dark. Fuck that.
He had that house built from scratch. And
he built it.
Yeah, he built it.
He's a contractor.
Yeah, it looked like a damn horseshoe with the fucking enclosed in the middle. It's kind of like horseshoe shaped, I guess, or U-shaped with a big swimming pool in the middle and fucking fountains, and it's all screened in. So
it's essentially two houses.
Two houses combined with.
When he built it, his mother was still alive. And she moved down here to Florida. She lived I guess she lived in South Florida.
To me, it almost looked like a hotel.
Yeah, well, they built like their house, and then there's like the pool and the big screened in thing, and then attached like right across the patio is another smaller house that his mom used to live in. Yeah. But she died, so I don't think anybody is in there now. Yeah. But my stepdad I don't think he's doing too well. I'm not sure how old he is. He's significantly older than my mom. I think.
It's pretty nice though for out in the country. I mean, literally,
it's a nice house.
The world could end, and I don't think it would have a big impact on that fucking house. You'd have to.
No, probably not.
You'd have to do power production. That'd be it. If you had your own generators and your own fuel, you'd never know that the world ended, because it's got its own water and it's got its own septic. You just have to, and you could literally live just hunting the fucking local game. Growing a farm.
Yeah, because like I said, they're right in they have 10 acres and there's animals all around there. Yeah. So my mom has like a garden as well. Like she grows all kind of vegetables and stuff.
Even if it lost power, you could still survive in there. It would just be miserable.
Well, they have a generator. Actually, I think they have more than one generator. You know. Yeah. Gramthars said, "Did you warn the landlord about the ghost in your house?"
Well, the ghost will come with us.
I was gonna say, the ghost is that's your shit. It'll follow us to the next house. Yeah. What are you drinking today? So I don't know if he's asking us or just the chat in general. I have coconut vodka and orange juice. Esther says, super chat, aka the Tom and Jenny New Home fundraiser. Yeah, it's like I said, it won't really, it's nice because we won't really have that many moving costs because they're letting us move a little bit at a time.
It's not like we have to leave in a week.
It's not like we have to pack all our shit into one big truck. We can just take most of the shit over in the car. Yeah. And then maybe rent a van for one day just for the bigger shit. And like I said, we don't have a ton of big furniture, and honestly, this office furniture, this massive fucking desk is not even mine. Like I said, it was your stepdad's, and I just kind of inherited it.
Yeah, we're not taking that though.
And I'm not taking it. I don't. It's ugly, and it's massive, and it's old, and it's hard to move around. Yeah. So I'm just gonna get some new shit. And those bookshelves back there, I've had those. Those gray ones are from IKEA, and I bought those 12 years ago, and they kind of got wet. Part of them got wet, and they're kind of the only thing holding them up is all the shit on them. If I take all the books off, they will collapse to one side. Just I put all the heavy shit on the bottom legs so they wouldn't fall over. So I'm gonna get new bookshelves and new desks and stuff like that. But other than that, we don't have a shit ton of stuff. So today I started cleaning the closet right here in the office out, and I ordered a bunch of boxes, so I started just packing shit up slowly.
Yeah. Gramthars says he's got 23 solar panels coming up on top of his roofs in a couple of weeks. He's going to be off the grid. That's good.
Bee's Nest says I'll send a housewarming gift.
Okay. Yeah, I know come up.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. He showed me. He's sending you some stuff from Mexico.
Yeah, I saw. He sent me a picture. He sent me pictures. So I was kind of I'm excited about it. But yeah, I'm really excited about it. We keep telling Pookie.
Yeah, they're going to trip.
About it.
She's only known this house.
Yeah, because we got her when she was little. Yeah. When she was 6 weeks old? 8 weeks old? Yeah. She was little. Her eyes were still blue. And she was a little bitty tiny thing. We got her, wasn't it that lady found her in her backyard or something? Or that was the story.
That was the story.
Told. We don't know. We don't know if that's what
everything that woman said turned out not to be true.
And then she was keeping Pookie, who is a tiny, tiny kitten. She was keeping her in a little cage or something like that, in her garage because she had a bunch of dogs, and she thought that the dogs would hurt the kitty. And I guess she heard that we were looking for a kitten, so she sent us a picture. And of course, once we saw the picture, we were kind of "Yep, we're just gonna have to have that kitty." And who knew that Pookie would turn out the way she turned out?
The cat's a trip.
What a crazy kitty she is.
All right, so let's go ahead and start the show off.
Well, I thought we already did. This is a Sidetracks.
Yeah. what's been going on today? If you guys have any questions, you guys can go ahead and ask them in the comment section, and we'll address that shit.
Yeah, Philbert Grimm says I got a desk on Amazon for $54. Real nice one at that. Yeah, the one I was looking at, I think is $70, but I'm gonna get like a couple of them because I have like 3 computers. I have this streaming computer, my graphic design computer, and then this computer that I just kind of is general use. So I kind of want 2 or 3 of them so each one can have like its own station type of thing. Because I got to set up different microphones. Like my graphic design computer, I use that for recording audiobooks. And for that, that's like a different microphone than this. So I want to have that one like with the other microphone, the Scarlett Solo or whatever it's called, like hooked up all the time. And I don't know. I got a whole plan in place, at least for the office. I don't know what we're gonna do with the rest of the shit.
Bee's Nest, who's one of my fucking TRT fucking brothers, he's in there talking to Sandra, who's has an unhappy uterus. I don't know, maybe she hit menopause or something. Sad uterus. But he's in there telling her about TRT. She's gonna go to the doctor and see if he'll give it to her, you know. But that's Germany, and here in Florida they have HRT or hormone replacement therapy clinics. That some of them will do both men and women. Most of them will just do just men. All right. And it's because the female system is more complicated. We're too complicated to even deal with. She's trying to be funny.
I am funny.
It's a lot harder to give a woman HRT and to maintain fertility. Okay. Most women do not want to become infertile. All right. Now, if you've already reached menopause, it's a lot easier because you're not trying to maintain fertility. If you're young and you don't mind temporarily losing fertility by doing that kind of stuff, you'll just stop having your period. Okay, you can start it back up later, but everything that goes along with the female hormonal profile has to come back. You cannot run testosterone in a young fertile woman and not have her body react to that. It will react by she'll become more athletic. She'll lose a lot of body fat. She'll get a lot leaner and more muscular. It looks good. Okay, it doesn't look masculine as long as you understand the dosage. But she will stop her period. Now, if she's an athlete, she'll come up hot on all those damn performance enhancement tests. So an athlete can't do it unless she's in a sport that allows for hormonal modifications, and most of them don't. Unless it's some kind of open class sport like open class bodybuilding, or if she's just a fashion model, or she just doesn't give a shit and just wants to look like a damn superhero, like a Marvel superhero, then she can just take testosterone. A woman's main hormone is testosterone. It's not estrogen. That's a pregnancy thing. It's testosterone. It's just that it's usually 1/10 of what a man's is normally. If you bump her up a little bit higher than that, it starts kind of changing the way they're built. Changes what do they call body composition? They gain muscle and lose fat. If you go up too high, you start giving male doses to a woman. Over time, she will grow into a man. Okay. Indistinguishable.
Girl, you'll be a man soon.
It takes time, but literally they'll be indistinguishable until the pants come off, and you go, "You're not a biological
It'll be a
man."
crying game moment.
Yeah, it'll be a crying game moment.
Spoiler alert, in case you haven't seen the Crying Game. That's an old ass movie. Camp Guy said, I used to do rudimentary graphic design for my .com website back in the late 1990s. I actually graduated from graphic design school in 95, I want to say. But I've been doing it for a long time, so I had to like keep up with it. Then he's saying using CorelDRAW. Holy shit, I worked in a t-shirt shop that used CorelDRAW. I think that's the only place I ever had to use it. Most places back in the old days, back in the 90s, most publishing houses and all that kind of stuff, which is normally what I worked for. I worked for mostly publishing, newspapers, magazines, stuff like that. And then direct mail for a little while, they almost all used Quark or InDesign. But CorelDRAW, yeah. But and like I said, they would usually use the Adobe shit because, you know, we had to learn Illustrator and all that kind of stuff. Which, you know, that's still what I use nowadays. I use Illustrator and Photoshop for pretty much everything. I still use InDesign for book layouts, but that's pretty much the only thing I use for that. Esther says, Jenny, I finally watched The Invitation. Isn't that movie awesome? I love that movie. I liked it, and I rewatched The Perfect Toast. I need to watch that because we were talking about that earlier, like dinner party kind of horror, and she said that was a really good one, and I hadn't seen it. It has that guy from Frasier on it, right? Because I keep seeing the poster, and I just never, you know. Camp Guy said we had a test done on our daughter because she had a little bit of heavy hair growing on her arms when she was about 6 or 7. Interesting.
I remember seeing that when I was a little kid on certain girls, though.
Yeah.
I think it's just because hair is growing on their arms and their arms are little, so it makes the hair look bigger.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Because,
because
girls, when they got a little older, they didn't have that.
Well, the thing about it is, like, everybody, like, I have hair on my arms, too, but it's, like, it's blonde, so you can't really see it. And it's not super thick, so I never worried about it. I mean, I knew some girls that had kind of thick hair on their arms and would shave it off, which to me seems like a giant pain in the ass, but, I mean, you know.
Better than having hair on your arms.
Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, if you had, like, long, thick black hair on your arms, yeah, you probably would want to, like, shave it. But I'm like, man, shaving your legs and all that other shit is just, like, fucking enough of a pain in the ass. Man, I'm so fucking sleepy, man.
What, do you want to end the show?
No.
Okay. You acting like you want to end the show.
No, I was just saying it just occurred to me that I was, like, really sleepy. I woke up at a little bit before 5, and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I kind of laid there for a while, like, trying to go back to sleep, and then I was like, fuck it. And then I had to get up and do my workout shit, and then I had to come in here, and I started, like, cleaning out the closet in there and started packing stuff because I got my boxes.
Yeah. Is Xanada in the
not
chat?
that I've seen so far. Fulbert said, I tried to use Excel for doing a graph and was so lost, I just drew it. Honestly, I can use Excel, sort of. I can use Microsoft Word, sort of. But anytime I have to use any of the Microsoft Office suite, it's always an exercise in frustration. And I've had to do it a few times because every now and then I would get a client that was like, well, we really absolutely need this, whatever it is, like presentation or whatever, done in Microsoft Word. At which point, like, my anus always clenches. I'm like, no, please don't make me. And it's just kind of like, because I hate Microsoft Word so much. I think it's because I'm so used to doing layouts in InDesign and Illustrator, which just give you freedom. You can put stuff anywhere. You can draw a text box over here. You can draw and it's like, it's so easy and like so intuitive to me. So when you go and try to do shit in Microsoft Word, it's like, oh, okay, I'm just going to put this text box here. Wait, why did it push everything to a second page? What the fuck is happening? It's like everything is it's like designing a web page. It's like you can only put this shit like right here, like within this framework, or otherwise it's going to fuck up all this other shit over here. And it's like, I can't stand that. So it's like I'm much better with design programs where I can just put shit wherever the fuck I want to put it and it doesn't mess up anything else. And Microsoft Word is like the worst for that. I had to, seriously, every time I use Microsoft Word to like do a layout, I always have to Google something. And it seems like the easiest shit ever. I'm like, why does it keep pushing all my shit to the second page? Like when I just draw a text box, what the fuck is happening? Like, you know what I mean? And obviously I'm not the only person that has that problem because as soon as I Google it, 40 million people come up asking that same fucking question. Like, why is this even happening to me? I don't understand.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I know you don't.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Microsoft Word is at all the college I go to uses. See, I would kill myself. I try to do a PowerPoint. What a disaster. PowerPoint, yeah, it's the same thing. Like I said, everything goes into goes into a grid, and if you like kind of go a little bit over into this little area of this other area of the grid, it's gonna fuck up everything that's over here. Like it just, and I can't deal with that. One time, like a few times I've had to do a PowerPoint presentation, but I always cheat and I always make the slides in Photoshop and then import them into PowerPoint. You know what I mean? Like I'll make everything in Photoshop and then import all of it into PowerPoint as a background and then put like one text box in case they want to change it or something like that. And I'm just kind of like, fuck it. It's the end of the day. I'm like not even, I can't deal with it. It's too restrictive, the Microsoft products. Too restrictive. So, I mean, the only thing that I use Microsoft Word for is just straight up, like if I'm doing a book layout. Not a book layout, but just writing a book. Or writing a story. Like just, I just use it for word processing. I don't use it to do any kind of layout because I know some people can do amazing layouts in Microsoft Word. I don't have the patience. Good on you if you do. I seriously do not. It's too complicated to figure out how to do the simplest shit, and it drives me fucking crazy.
Where the hell is Tila anyway? She hasn't been on the show in about a week. She must have got swallowed up over there in
by a sinkhole.
Yeah, over there in fucking San Francisco. Must have got swallowed up in needles and human feces on the sidewalk or something. All those bums got her. Bum zombies got her.
Guamo Kun says, I feel like Word is so cumbersome. Yeah, that's a good word. And sensitive for visual media, so making a presentation on Word sounds like a nightmare. It is. And honestly, every time I have to do it, like I said, I've had a few times where a client specifically said, can you please do this in Word so that, you know, so we can alter it later, like so we can alter the text. And I'm always kind of like, usually what I'll try to do is I'll try to do like a workaround and I'll be like, okay, well, how much of this can I actually do in Photoshop or Illustrator and then just export it like as a PNG file and then import it into like make a background in Word, like make the page background and then just slap a text box on top of it. So it's like, because they don't need to change any of the design elements, right? So I'm just kind of like, I'll just make it a background on the page because trying to do the shit that I want to do, it just doesn't look good. It's just, I can't get it to work, and it's just, and I don't have the patience to get it to look the way I want to look because it should be easy, and it's not. I mean, comparatively, like Illustrator and Photoshop or something like are just so much easier because everything to me is like really intuitive. Like, you know, I want to put this here, you just put it there. It's like not a big fucking drama. You know what I mean? Oh, well, you have to go under this menu and you have to do this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, can I just fucking put a text box here? Why can't I do that? It's just like, it seems like it's difficult for the sake of being difficult. Yeah, Philbert Grimm, I agree with you. Finally, the professor I had said to just download pictures and talk. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like I said, that every time I have to do a PowerPoint, I just do the slides in another program and import them into PowerPoint, like as a picture, like as the whole page. And then just, there you go, PowerPoint presentation. I'm not making it in PowerPoint because fuck that shit. Victor, hey, I'm off today. Hey, how are you?
What's everybody drinking anyway?
Yeah, it's Wednesday night.
Yeah. It's drinking night.
Well... Yeah. Every night's drinking night. Well, yeah. It's not really. We didn't drink last night. We don't
drink every night.
We didn't drink Monday night. We didn't drink Sunday night either. No, I had a little bitty.
It's been basically a week.
I had a little bitty this size, like a little tumbler of apple juice and vodka on Sunday night. But that's I haven't drunk since Sunday.
Victor's drinking Dr. Pepper, eating sunflower seeds.
And we didn't go out Saturday night either. So, like I said, since we found out we're moving, we're like, well, we better save some money.
Yeah, and it turned out we didn't need to save up a bunch of money.
Well, yeah, because we thought, we shit,
thousands of dollars.
Yeah, we were thinking, one, we're either gonna have to like scrape up enough for a down payment on some shit, or we're gonna have to like rent somewhere, and it's gonna be first and last, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, so I even canceled a fucking appointment with the realtor to go look at the damn fucking Colombian drug czar castle. I didn't tell him about the drug czar.
That was a cool house, though.
Yeah.
There was a house we were looking at.
Yeah.
Where was it?
Oh, fuck.
It was about, honestly, I think it was farther from here. I think it was about 40 minutes from here.
40 minutes from here. And it was a Spanish castle.
Essentially.
Yeah.
It was on like a big piece of property. It wasn't that expensive. It was...
No, it said it needed a loving owner to bring it back to its former glory.
I think it was $359,000. But it was...
No, it was more than that.
Or $379? $379. It was $379. That's what it was. $379.9.
Built in the 1950s. It says they don't build them like this anymore. It's just a series of arches and levels, and it was like a Spanish castle.
It was cool looking.
It was very cool looking, but
thank you, Victor.
Very Baroque, real kind of.
They had reclaimed a lot of wood and stuff from like some like church they had torn down. So there was these medieval like wood looking like the stair rails and stuff. Yeah. And like the lighting fixtures were all like handmade from Mexico, and they were like all fucking gothic and medieval.
It was actually a Mexican house.
Yeah, I was looking at the house going, if we have to buy a house, I'm like, this is kind of far out there, but I was like, this is super cool. I could really do something with that.
It was a Mexican castle.
I mean, it was old. It was an old house.
1950 something or other. And it needed, just from the photos, I tell you, it needed new carpeting.
Well, yeah, the carpeting was like teal.
And it was teal.
And it was like wrinkly, so it looked like it had gotten wet.
And they had decorated this thing in some pimped out Central American colors. It was like gold and teal and orange and red and gold and bronze.
I mean,
with
red,
fucking black.
Red and bronze and black are okay.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of gold though.
You could definitely tell that this was like somebody's 1970s fucking pimp castle.
The front doors, it was double front doors, and they were hand carved mahogany.
Yeah, it was cool.
Super cool looking. Very cool. I mean, I did look at it and I was kind of like, man, if we had to buy a house, like I said, it's kind of far away. Yeah. But I was kind of like, man, that shit is cool. It's cool looking.
All the rooms were pretty square though.
But it had big rooms.
They were big, but they were all kind of rectangular. They weren't modern. Nothing was modern about this. It had
That's okay.
It had a hallway running down, and then it would look. Then you could look over the ledge down into the lower floors. It had decks on the outside. The fucking roofs and the ceilings were like on a fucking chapel. Big fucking doors.
It had a thing where
tile. It was tile.
Well, all the lower floor was tile. It was only the upstairs that had that ugly like old teal
Ricardo
carpet.
Montalban would own.
It was kind of rad, I have to say. Like, because I'm not.
It needed work though.
It did. It needed the carpet torn out. Yeah. It needed
to be repainted.
Well, yeah, obviously.
It needed some updating, and the thing that I was worried about was, what was the central air like? Stone houses like that. It was a concrete house and stone. They tend to stay pretty cool. So energy bills probably wouldn't have been that bad. It's just that I have a feeling that fucking that shit was a fucking pain in the ass for heating and cooling and electric power. It was 1950s.
Yeah. Which means it probably wasn't built with central air because a lot of houses weren't in the 50s.
Added probably.
Because even the new houses, I don't know about ones that expensive, but I mean, my grandmother's house in Daytona was built in 1958, and they didn't build them with central air. In fact, it didn't have any air conditioning. Later on, she got a window unit.
You could park your car. You could come into the driveway, and the bottom floor of the house was a series of arches that went all the way around it.
It was like this massive porch.
Arches, and you could drive into those arches into a carport that could probably fit about 6 to 8 cars, and it was also the porch though. I didn't see a garage.
Yeah, I don't think
it
wasn't
had a really a modern. It wasn't a modern house.
It didn't look like it had a garage. No. It looked like there was like a carport, and then there was like a porch. But if you wanted to, you could like pull all the way because the porch was like really really wide and big. And
the top of the second floor was a big sun deck, and the second floor was smaller than the fucking bottom floor. So you had decks.
Yeah, it was like square like this. Like this is where the main shit was, like the kitchen and like most of the bedrooms. And then on the bottom floor it had like this it looked like a long hall with like an office or something at the end. That's what it looked like to me.
Louis would have loved that shit. Louis, this shit was...
I thought it was cool looking. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that, like I said, we did actually make an appointment to go see it, but then when the landlords came over and said, no, we just want to swap houses here, you can have this one.
Yeah, I was like, that's so much easier.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, that would be better, because that house, we would have had to buy it.
You had to buy it.
And
then refurnish it.
And then refurnish it and like take out all that horrible carpet upstairs because that carpet was like fucked up.
Yeah.
It looked like it was in okay shape otherwise. Like
I don't think that house had changed hands. very many times.
Probably not. But like I said, the only thing...
that was somebody's family.
Yeah, the only thing that gave me pause was that, one, it was much farther away than we were wanting. It was like 40 minutes from here.
Yeah, that was a fazenda, man.
And two,
farm.
because it was old.
It was old.
So I was like, well, that might be like some maintenance problems.
The structure would have been sound though. That
probably
was all fucking stone. Shit like that can stand for hundreds of years. It's all the wiring.
That's what I mean.
AC and plumbing. And
That's
stuff.
what I'm talking about. It's more that. I don't think the house is going to blow away because obviously it's still standing there. But it's more like, do we need to update the pipes, like the plumbing? Do we need to update the AC? Does it have AC? Like, what about the wiring? Is the wiring all fucked up?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's, I had a house. I owned a house for a while in Daytona that was built in 1964. And it wasn't bad, but... you had to constantly fucking watch. It was just a concrete block house, but you had to constantly watch it all the time. And it's like, you had termites and, the electricity wasn't up to snuff. You had to I had to have some shit rewired and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah. So it's kind of like, it's just something you have to take into consideration, even though in general, I don't know, because I don't like a lot of modern architecture. I don't really like a lot of the sleek, just nothing. I don't like shit that looks like a box. I really like Baroque Gothic looking shit. Yeah. I like old shit, but I don't want it to actually be old necessarily because it's too much of a pain. I just want it to look old.
Victor Garcia's in there. That's one of our fucking Mexican American fucking fans. And I'll tell you what, all my Mexicans, even Con.
All my
Mexicans. Those are all my buddies. All my Mexicans, they would have loved this house. This fucking house.
Like I said, I thought it was super cool. One of my favorite things.
It was like a Mexican castle in Florida.
One of my favorite things. Well, okay, my two favorite things were the railing around the staircase, which they said that they had gotten from a church that had been torn down. So it was like this old, like very Gothic looking, like very Catholic looking church thing. Like it looked like an old monastery.
Yeah.
And the lighting fixtures.
Yeah.
The lighting fixtures were just...
yeah. Wrought iron looking shit.
Beautiful. And with like some stained glass. Yeah. They were gorgeous.
And they were going out of their way to say that all this wood was from Mexico.
Yeah. Well, the lighting fixtures were too. They were handmade.
From Mexico.
And the front doors were also
shit that came out of Mexican churches. Mm-hmm. Cathedrals and shit. It looked cool.
It was super cool looking. But
that shit was goth as fuck.
It was. I would have gothed the fuck out of that house.
Actually, you could have fucking Dia de los Muertos, the hell out of that motherfucker.
Which I totally would have.
Mexican skulls and Day of the Dead shit would have looked cool.
I'd have painted all those walls red and put all kind of fucking...
Put all that fucking Mexican Day of the Dead shit in there.
Awesome.
It'd look really cool, yeah. You'd have a Mexican Gothic house.
That's what I was thinking when I was like looking at it.
Yeah.
I was thinking,
it's just not practical.
I could do all kind of shit. Well, yeah, if I had unlimited money,
it's just not practical.
I could just goth the fuck out of that house because you wouldn't even have to do that much with it. And honestly,
if I had $30,000 fucking saved up, then it would have been an easy thing. But if I had that extra $30,000, we could have found a better Mexican castle probably down there.
The only thing, the house was so cool looking that, like all the doors and trim and everything were all wood, and they were like natural wood. And normally I don't like that because I don't like brown. I don't even like the look of natural wood, really. If you're gonna have like wood flooring or something like that, I would prefer like cherry or like ebony or something like that. I don't like that blonde. I don't like brown. Okay, I just don't like brown. I don't like anything brown. So, but this house, all of the doors and trim were mahogany, were wood. Yeah. And I liked it so much that I was like, you know what? I wouldn't even paint that because it's too pretty and it would be a shame to paint it, even though normally I would paint it because I hate brown trim.
Victor's saying, did it have a dedicated tortilla making nook? I don't know.
It probably did.
Maybe it did. And then Filbert's saying all that wood would have, from the Mexican churches would have kept the fucking evil spirits out. And then somebody else
or attracted them. I'm not really sure how that works.
And then somebody else was saying that Mexico had more Catholics than like the Vatican and Europe and shit.
I've heard that.
Yeah, well, you have to understand how the Mesoamerican religion, how it fell under Cortez and the Conquista and all that. And then the Dominican friars and shit that were in charge of the conversion of the Mexican people and how that shit happened. European history and a lot of fucking Marxist interpretation of the fucking whole thing is very inaccurate. Cortez did not overthrow the Mexican city of the Aztecs. Really what he did is he led a rebellion of all the other Mesoamerican cities against them, because the Aztecs were despotic. And they were making all the other Mesoamericans and the other Indians and the other cities around it pay the blood debt of the Mexicans to the gods. So it wasn't just some Spaniards that did this. They led the attack. They inspired it. They inspired the revolt. But it was the other Indians that did most of the fighting and all the dying. So they overthrew the Aztec capital city, and they didn't have to worship the Aztec gods anymore. Well, the Catholics and the Dominican friars found out, they did kind of an analysis of Mesoamerican culture and its religions. And the Mesoamerican religion was real close to Catholicism. For every Indian god, there was a Catholic saint or a Catholic concept that was equivalent to that. So really, the Mexicans are still worshiping this same religion as they always did. It just has a veneer of Catholicism over it. It's a different. They're reinterpreting the Indian religion as Catholicism. That's like Day of the Dead, their version of Halloween, and a lot of the stuff that Mexicans do, like, Santa Muerte and everything. It looks Catholic on the surface, but it's Mesoamerican, actually, in its heart. Just like the people, they're a mixture, and that's uniquely Mexican. So their religion is, their version of Catholicism is uniquely Mexican. It's their own. It just appears to be European. That's my take on it. And Khan agrees with me. Jair, he lives right there in Tijuana, that it's Mexican Catholicism is just a reinterpretation of the same religion that they had before the Spaniards came. That's all. They just got rid of certain practices like child sacrifice and human sacrifice, at least at the mainstream. You still have some of the narcos still do it, In a way, some of the shit that they're doing is very similar to human sacrifice. The Mesoamerican religion, if you looked at how they did things, bloodletting, cutting fingertips off, capturing people in ritualized combat to sacrifice them, to pay the blood debt, to keep the fucking cycle of the sun going and everything. All that shit made perfect sense if you understood the system that they were living under. It wasn't insane. They were crazy fuckers, macho as hell. But it did make sense when you understood the stories that they believed in. It's a very interesting culture. And strangely enough, people who are not Mexican are more interested in it than a lot of Mexicans are. A lot of Mexicans aren't really interested in that. A lot of the experts in it are American or European. They'll go there to fucking study all this stuff, and they can speak Nahuatl, and learn the Aztec language, and try to analyze it on a mythological level of what it is they're talking about. The underworld, Shaboba, fucking all these cenotes and what that all meant. Think of fucking how hardcore that was. The Aztec version of hell was Shaboba. It was the underworld. And for them, it really existed. It was all this underground cave network back before it got flooded. You could go down in there. So dudes were going into hell with to lay bodies, honored bodies of the dead down in there before it all flooded. They found fucking divers have found guys dead, whole groups of 3 or 4 of them up against the wall with torches and shit. That was before the water got in there. They were walking around. They were miles and miles, hundreds of miles of that shit. They were miles away from any entrance. They were in there exploring and laying people to rest, the honored dead. And you lose your torch goes out there, man. You're fucked. You're in total darkness. There's no way out. I don't know if you just wait around and die of thirst or if they brought poison. They must have known it was a dangerous trip. I'm thinking that they probably brought poison, or they cut their wrists if their light ever went out, because you weren't gonna make it out. No way. And I wouldn't wait around for thirst to take me. But imagine they slit their wrists or they took poison if their lamps went out. But they found them in there, like explorers on the moon. That was the equivalent of going to the fucking moon, walking down into the underworld. Imagine, man.
Yeah.
Imagine how fucking brave you had to be to do that. When you believe you're walking into hell, literally. Yeah. You know, that's some hardcore shit.
Somebody asked us to post a picture of that place.
Could you find it?
Yeah, I found the address. So you could probably find it on Zillow
I'll find
or
it
something.
on here. Yeah, let me see. Hold on.
It's what?
Give me the address and I'll show it to him.
1620. Tyringham.
How do you spell it?
Tyrin.
R-Y. Tyringham Road, Eustis, Florida, right?
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna see what pictures come up. I found it on Zillow.
All right.
But yeah, this was the house we were gonna go look at. Yeah.
That's it.
Like a lot of where the arches are, that's like a porch, and then back behind it is like a hall and an office type of situation.
Yeah, that's the Mexican castle. It can't get it to focus.
There it goes. Yeah, show like that staircase like on the inside, because I love that reclaimed wood. It's just like really, really pretty.
There it is.
And like I said, it was a big piece of property too. And I think that it gave you like lake access. There was like a lake across the road with a dock, and that was part of your property too, even though it was across the street. I'm pretty sure that's the same picture.
All right, and it's near this lake.
Yeah, and you had a little bit on the lake too, like a little dock, like that was included in the property, but it was like across the street. Yeah, it looked like that. Yeah, it was really cool looking. Yeah, $395 it was.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad. It was 4 bedrooms and 3 baths. And it was cool. Like I said, it was cool looking. That's the porch.
That's the carport.
See, and like look at the front doors. I love it. And like I said, I'm not a big fan of like wood, but yeah, look at that shit.
That's just the inside.
Yeah, look at that. I guess that's when you open the front door, I'd imagine. Yeah, because that looks like the front door. Yeah, and that's like the other side. See, it's got that horrible like teal carpet, which looked really old, but that wouldn't be a big look. It looks like it looks like The Shining.
Yeah, I would change that carpeting to something darker.
I mean, we're not having this now. This isn't the house we're going to, but
that's available, people, if you guys want to buy it.
But this is the house that we were going to go look at.
Yeah. Before
we knew that the landlords were just essentially giving us another house. Yeah. But see, I was like, oh, I could goth the fuck out of that. Where's the one with like the staircase that had the... What are you doing, Pokey? I hear you sneezing.
Hallways.
Yeah, look at those lighting fixtures. See, I like shit like that. Look how beautiful. I don't like all this modern shit. Like modern looking shit.
So if you want your Mexican palace...
Yeah, see, nice tile.
There it is.
And like I said, it's not that expensive for like how nice it is. It needs some work, yeah, but...
It needs new carpeting. It needs to be painted in certain areas. I don't think it's as big as you think it is.
Well, it might not be, but it's still nice looking though.
The price is right. The location's great. It's old school.
Yeah. I even kind of like that Tiffany lamp up there. Well, that sort of stained glassy looking thing. Even though it kind of looks like Pizza Hut circa 1985.
Yeah, 85 looking.
But that's okay.
It was built. It was built to last.
Yeah. See, I like. Look at that. See, look at that. See, I love that. I love that. I mean, the stairs were my favorite part. That's the family room, I think. Bless you, Pokey. Yeah, see, look how cool that is.
It looks like Ricardo Montalban walks in.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Welcome.
Was gonna put some fine Corinthian leather in there. That's the laundry room. What are you doing, Pokey? I hear him back there sneezing. She snuffles at the carpet and then sneezes.
That's the laundry room.
Or the garage, or I don't know what that is. No, the laundry. You already showed the laundry.
Well, I showed the. It was actually where the utility room. It's where the dryer, or the water heater. Those are the bedrooms. The bedrooms are not very big, I don't think.
Yeah, see, the stairs and stuff were like my favorite part of it.
It's got all the.
And the lighting fixtures.
That carpet is badly buckled. See.
Yeah, well, like I said, that carpet is old. But it wouldn't be that big a deal to, like, tear that up. And then, honestly, you can, like, snap in your own fucking flooring nowadays. Yeah, see, ooh, look at the lighting fixture. I love it. I love it. Look how fucking goth that is.
This is the backyard.
Yeah. So, yeah, super nice. Yeah, like I said. So, yeah, they're selling that for $395,000. Like I said, it's old and it needs some work, but we were gonna go see it, but like I said, then the landlords came over in the morning and said, no, you can have this house, and we were like, oh, okay.
But you can see it's got 42 pictures of it. You can see it.
Yeah.
It's not that big, I don't think.
1620 Tyringham.
Yeah.
Eustace.
The other ones around it are bigger. You can see that looks like South or Central America there. All those buildings look like it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, in some ways it's cool having a big house, but the bigger the house is, it's like the more you got to clean.
Yeah.
Because I can't afford to hire a maid, bitches.
I was telling you guys, I said, look, parts of Florida are basically Central America. I meant it.
Yeah.
Including the architecture.
There is a lot of Spanish architecture around here.
Yeah.
And that's, everybody wants everything to look like a villa in Madrid.
Yeah.
Or something. And I feel like Italian architecture, too. Everybody wants shit to look like it's on the Riviera. There's a lot of that, too. Bless you. You all right? You got allergies?
Oh, look what she brought.
What'd you bring?
She brought this.
Oh, it's the minty.
Come here.
I have all kind of new minties.
I think she's asking me to let her out.
Well, okay.
Let's see.
Oh, every time you hold stuff up to the camera, it fucks the lighting all up. Look. Now then it goes all pale. Almost like the camera is kind of Mr. Roboto says, so you are moving. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
It'll be a couple months, though. Not move into that house. I mean, as cool as that house. That was the house that we were looking at before we found out that the landlords wanted to swap houses with us. So they're giving us a bigger one for the same rent. It's 2-story. So we're going to go Friday and get the keys and then move in over the next 2 months. But we'll keep streaming from here for as long as we can. Bless you. Goodness. You all right, Polk? Do you have a cold? I just hear her back there sneezing. Poor little baby.
You okay?
You okay?
Yeah, she's playing with the baby.
Oh. Maybe that's what it is. She's kind of like... I buy those minties by the fucking case because both her and Beijing love those little mint toys. You get them for Chewy for $2 or something. And it's just she picks them up in one paw and just rubs them all over her face. Oh, God. Oh, it's it's the best thing ever. Beijing does that, too. Man. Little Beijing last night, she was... I don't know why. It was early. It wasn't even the middle of the night. It was only 7 o'clock. And all I heard was her from the living room just going... like that little sad cry that she makes. And then when I went out, there was all these stuffed animals. She even carried the stuffed animals all around the house.
People seem to like that house.
Yeah, it's cool looking, right? I thought it was super cool looking. I mean, the one we're going to, I can't remember what the what's the address?
He said it does have a tortilla nook. I don't know what it looks like, man.
Yeah, we don't know what a tortilla. Yeah. We don't know what a tortilla nook looks like. Got to have a super chat party the first stream from the new house. We should. We yeah, because the nice thing about it is because we can move in slowly over 2 months, and I'm not going to move the streaming stuff until the last possible minute. So I'm going to be able to set up the office/studio over there exactly the way I want it before we start streaming, hopefully. So hopefully there won't be too much disruption. I mean, if we have to like maybe skip a couple live stream shows, I don't know if we will. We might not have to, but because like I said, we're just gonna keep. I already packed up like a couple boxes, and we're just gonna take stuff over there like a little bit at a time, and so it'll be good. I'm
looking
excited.
at aerial photos of that house. It's not very big.
Well, like I said, nothing wrong with that.
The one that we're going to is bigger than that. It didn't. I don't even.
Did it say how many square feet?
I didn't look if it does.
On Zillow, it would always say how many square feet it was.
I didn't look.
I didn't look either. I'm not really all that bothered about that, but like I said,
it would have been cool though.
Yeah, it's a cool looking house.
I would have put like a reddish brown carpet through that whole thing, and changed it to a more somber, darker tone.
I would have just tiled the whole fucking thing. Tile or like that
then the
snap
money.
wood.
A lot of money.
You know what?
I had to do it myself, and that
well, yeah, doing the snap vinyl.
Yeah.
My brother did that in his house, and he said it was super easy. Like nowadays, they have all that like snap together vinyl flooring that looks like wood.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Can it stand up though, or is it like fucking okay?
Yeah, he did that in his house, and he said it was super easy.
Remember that old linoleum would fucking buckle and warp? And
no, they have they have way better shit nowadays. That's some old school shit. Yeah, my brother did. It's vinyl, but it looks like wood.
Yeah.
And it does. You don't need glue. You don't need anything. It just all snaps together, and it's like super tight, and it just and it looks like way better. What does Pookie and Beijing think about the new house? They haven't been yet.
They haven't been, dude.
What we're gonna do is slowly introduce them. So
you want to go outside?
Why you grumbling? She's like,
I think she's
like, put my clothes on so I can go outside. She just put her clothes on. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take some of their like favorite toys over there, and then like maybe take them over there in their little carriers and let them run around. And then I think the last thing we're gonna take is their cat tree, because Pookie sleeps in that cat tree like every day. So I wouldn't want to take it away like early, and she'd be like, "Where's my fucking cat tree?" You know, I want to sleep in my little apartment or my bowl or whatever, and it's not there. But we're gonna take like some of their other things, like some of their toys, just so when they go in the house, like there'll be stuff there that smells like them. You know what I mean? So they won't be like weirded out, like where the fuck am I type of situation. Yeah, Bee's Nest says my cat freaked out for about 3 or 4 days when I first moved here. She wouldn't eat or drink. See, I'm kind of worried, but what?
False alarm.
She always does that.
She always does this. She wanted the collar. Yeah, put the collar on. Let's go. And she goes to the door, and she's like, "Nah, just kidding." She just wants
to see if you'll do it.
She just wants attention. That's what it is.
Well, yeah, she just wants Daddy to play with her. Oh, baby girl, come up on the show. Come be on the show.
Be on the show.
Hey, there's Pookie.
Be on the show.
Hi, sweetie. We're talking about moving some of your little toys, like maybe your little unicorn friend or your little gnomes. We can take them to the new house. She loves those little gnomes and that unicorn. We have them like in a little pile in the closet, and she just goes in there and like says hi to them like every morning. She runs in there and she just kind of like noses at them and stuff. Sometimes I'll sit down there on the closet floor and I'll take her little unicorn. It's this crazy little, I think we just got it at Publix or something. It's this little pink unicorn.
She's looking at us on my tablet.
Oh my God, look, it's tiny mommy and daddy.
Yeah, with you.
She's like, this is weirding me out.
Yeah.
It's this tiny pink unicorn with little shiny silver hooves. And it has like feathers sticking out of the back of it for some reason, and like a little silver thing. And we just thought it was like super cute and funny.
That's a super chat, Pookie.
Oh boy.
You just got a super chat, Pookie.
Thank you, David.
Yeah.
She looks gray on my... She is gray.
She is gray.
Yeah, she is gray. Yeah. What are you looking at me like that for?
She's purring.
Oh, baby girl.
Purring.
You're the funniest guy.
Yeah, she's fucking hilarious.
But yeah, she has that little unicorn, and like sometimes I'll like walk the little unicorn up to her and I like talk to her, and she just like, "Oh my God, I love you, unicorn." And then I'm like, "Look, I'm gonna ride on your back," and I put the unicorn on her back, and she's just like, "What the fuck?"
She's looking at that. She's looking at that super chat scroll up a little bit. She's looking at images.
Well, she likes Daddy's tablet.
That's my tablet.
It's like, because he has it on like a lot of times, like at night, like he's in bed, he has headphones on, and he has it on the nightstand, and she will jump up on the bed, she'll jump up on my chest and be like, hi mama, hi, and I'm just like, hi sweetie, and then she goes over to like his side, and I see her go over like next to him and like
watch a tablet.
He's looking at the tablet and she's standing there looking at the tablet. Every now and then she'll kind of touch it.
Yeah, she'll touch the tablet. She can see human faces on the tablet talking. She's like, those little people. She sees images. But she's mostly interested in the tablet, not the television. It's weird.
Yeah, she doesn't really seem to give a shit about the TV.
No.
Even sometimes, like, we'll be watching a movie, and if there's a cat in the movie, I'm always like, look, Pookie, a kitty. And she's just like, don't care.
Yeah.
The only time she cares about it is if we're watching the TV and not her, and then she'll jump up on the table in front of the TV. So we'll be looking at her instead of at the TV.
Yeah, and she'll lay down in front of the
and lay down so you can see her little ears like in front of it's like Mystery Science Theater except kitty mode.
Yeah.
So I'm just kind of like, you want to be in the movie, kitty? You want to be in the movie? Because she just like sits there. It's like, she's like, why are you guys looking at this stupid thing? Why don't you just look at how cute I am? That's kind of what her deal is.
Are you being a Pookie?
Look at her. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, Pookie, you're so cute.
She has no idea what's going on.
DJ Maniac said, I thought for the life of me she was black. No,
she's gray.
She's gray. She's always been gray. She has very, very subtle striping as well, although you can't really see it unless you're looking at her like really close. But cats are going to love the big house. That's what we keep telling her. It's like, and it has stairs. I don't think you've ever experienced a house with stairs before because she's never been anywhere except here.
Yeah.
This has been her only house.
It's going to blow her mind.
She's going to be like, what the fuck is going on?
She's been to the vet. That's it.
Yeah, that's the only place she's been, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's been to the vet a few times, and that's it.
Had her in the kitty carrier, holding her up, facing the fucking front windscreen of the fucking car.
So she could watch the cars
going by.
And
she was just looking outside going, meow, meow.
She meowed the whole time. She wasn't she wasn't crying. Yeah. She wasn't, but she just, because
she was tripping.
Well, she didn't like being, because I was holding her in my lap, and she didn't like being in my lap. And I was like, you want to watch? You want to see outside, Pookie? And I was like, and so I held her up so she could see out the window, and she was just like, what the fuck? And she just
Pookie thought she was in the TARDIS. Thought you were in the TARDIS.
She did.
She's like, what the fuck is happening? All of space-time is fucking distorted.
She's like, everything's moving. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we took her to the...
in the TARDIS, huh?
Remember when we took her to the vet that one time? Yeah. And I think they gave her... Well, didn't they gave her, like, her little shots or whatever? Mm-hmm. And she did not like that. And I thought it was so funny that she either bit or clawed, not the person giving the shot, but you.
Yeah, she blamed me.
She blamed you. Even though you were across from her, she was just like,
yeah,
you brought me here.
Nurses went up to her and laid on her to hold her down, and they gave her a shot, and then they let go. And then she stood up. She was on the little operating table thing. She stood up and looked at them, and then turned around and looked at me and went, and bit me.
Yeah.
You motherfucker. And then they laughed. Like, she blamed you. She's like, yeah, because I didn't stop them.
She's like, why don't you protect me, Daddy?
Yeah. Fucking funny shit. The fucking nurses laughed. She blamed you. And
yeah.
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, that figures. That seems like something she would do. Esther says, new toys and new cat tree for Pookie and Beijing. We might actually get a new cat tree at some point. Although Pookie does really like that one. Beijing, we actually got that tree before we had Pookie. So that was Beijing's tree for a while.
Yeah.
But then when Pookie came, she was like... For a while, they kind of, like, shared it, sort of.
Yeah, they fight over it.
Even though it was, like, grudging.
Yeah.
Like, Beijing would be up at the top, and then Pookie would come to the bottom, and she'd look up there, and then Beijing would be like, don't you even think about it, you little brat.
I don't think that was that expensive. How much was that thing?
I think it was maybe 100, 120, something like that.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
It might be time to get another one.
But like I said, Pookie really likes that one, but Beijing won't use it anymore.
The house is big enough to have...
Because it's got Pookie cooties.
That house is big enough to have several of them anyway.
We should probably have one upstairs and downstairs now that I'm thinking about it.
Right.
We should probably also get more litter boxes, like for upstairs and downstairs. Because like I said, we've never lived in a house with them with upstairs and downstairs before.
I think one litter box is enough. They know where it is. As long as they know where it is, they'll go to it. They don't need two.
They asked if the house has an attic or a basement. Well, hardly anything has a basement in Florida.
No basements in Florida.
Because it would just flood.
It should have attic space. Most of the modern houses.
I mean, our house here has attic space over the garage. It's not massive.
No, we have two. over the laundry room too. It's just I never use it.
Oh, I didn't even know that there was
there's one
attic space in there.
Yeah. In the garage,
I never
there's a
noticed.
pull-down thing. You go back, and there's a big old thing.
That's where all the Christmas
steps
shit
come
is.
down. They're not folds. You can go up there. And there's another room in there. It's just that there's no real floor. I had to lay out a bunch of wood.
Yeah, it's just like...
And then steps there. And there's also, the ceiling's got nails going through it. It's hot as shit up there.
That's just where the Christmas tree and
most
shit
of that
is.
shit in that upper storage, besides the Christmas decorations, most of that shit could probably go.
Yeah, I mean, I need to go through it because I think some of it's mine.
You got tapes up there, your old tape collections.
But yeah, well, that's another thing why I want to pull all that down one day and look through it, because a lot of, like I said, a lot of stuff I just don't want to take it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, because I have so much stuff in this house and it's been in here for years and I haven't looked at it. So I feel like, well, I might as well just throw it out or give it away, because if I didn't look at it for the last 5 or 6 years, I'm not going to look at it for the next 5 or 6.
If you don't fuck with it for 10 years, then you don't fuck with it, pretty much. Unless it's family photos or something.
Yeah, unless it's something you really can't replace, you know what I mean? It's that kind of thing. Isn't the safest place in a hurricane a basement? I guess technically it would be, but like I said, it's just a lot of houses here don't have them, and I think
water table's too high.
Yeah, it's because of the flooding. Yeah. You can't... Honestly, you dig down 2 or 3 feet in your backyard and there's water, in some places. So
it's a swamp.
Yeah, Florida's essentially a swamp. So you can't really have a basement. And honestly, I was thinking my grandfather's house, which has since been torn down, which was torn down many years ago, which was built in maybe the 1920s. It had a basement, but most of the basement was above ground. You know what I mean? Half of it was kind of under, but then half of it was kind of over. And then the house was just kind of raised. You know what I'm saying? So even a house that does have a basement, it's not entirely underground, just because, like I said, it would flood immediately. Pretty much anywhere in Florida. Because everywhere is at sea level. And, even, like I said, even around here, you have to watch too, when you're buying a house. And I think even Zillow will say what the flood zone thing is, because in Florida it's pretty much all a flood zone, because like I said, it's pretty much all at sea level. But it's better to have property that's a little bit raised, just in case. Because there's one house not too far from here, I think I brought this up before, that's you pass the backyard of it, on the trail that I walk on. Every time it rains heavily, their entire backyard floods. And it basically turns into a pond, and then all the birds and shit are super excited. You see ducks swimming in it and fucking cranes and all this stuff. They're woohoo, new pond. But I'm sure that's and it takes a really, really long time to dry back up because it's so fucking humid here. So I'm sure that's not exciting for them, that every time it storms there's well, backyard's a fucking pond again. There we go. And they can't let their dogs out. That's just kind of... Yeah, it's too wet. You just can't. Like I said, the basements would just flood. Brad Jones, are y'all moving? Yes, we are. Like I said, I feel like when new people come, because I think we made the announcement on Sunday, but I know that not everybody watches the Sunday shows because that's just movie review. Yeah, we're essentially swapping houses with our landlord, because the landlords, who are a couple, the guy is getting too old. They live in a house now that's 2-story, and the guy is getting too old to walk up and downstairs. So they're well, we wanted to move into this house, the house we live in. They're but for the same price, we will give you this other property that we own, and you can rent it for the same price as you're renting now, even though it's much bigger and it's 2 stories. So we're moving to a much bigger house. It's about 10-15 minutes from here, and for the same rent. So we're very excited about it, but we have 2 months to move.
And I have an option to buy.
And
which I could buy it. I probably should. He tried to sell me this one when I moved in here, and gave me another opportunity to buy it about 2 years in. But he wanted too much.
Yeah. Well,
although he was probably right, because he knew this location was going to blow up.
Yeah. Although the thing about it, though, is that...
We had been here for enough time that I had enough equity. He should have given me some of that back off of his fucking sale price. But you know how it is. He's trying to make money. He's a real estate mogul. Motherfucker's got 13 or 14 of these damn things.
Yeah, he's got these
and he's got a younger son who's a lawyer, who's also a real estate agent, who's in charge of all this shit. Hold on, you know what? That lighting looks terrible, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, that's after you held up all the photos. It, like, readjusted and then... Yeah, it just... It
looks a lot nicer like that.
Yeah.
And then, so I understand why he did it. He knows what he's doing. I mean, you know, you don't become a rich man by being a fucking idiot. You know, you do it by being hard. But I'm thinking about maybe I should investigate buying that. Because if I were in there for 10 years, then I'd have most of it fucking paid off anyway. On a 15-year loan.
Yeah, you could look at... I mean, ask...
A 15-year loan.
We'll say about the VA because you have... I mean, veterans have... You get loan assistance. Mm-hmm. And also first-time buyers, because you've never bought a house before. It's because I have, so I can't get that. But you've never bought one, so you could probably get that first-time home buyer's assistance also.
I could probably also...
They do give you breaks, like lower interest rates, shit like that.
Depending on how solid the federal government is. We'll see. And the U.S. dollar. Anything could happen with these motherfuckers now.
Well, anything could happen anywhere on Earth. I'll tell you what, it's like, don't worry about it.
I'll tell you what. If
you got to live somewhere.
If you're paying on it and those bitches go south, you got possession. Possession is 9/10 of the law. It'd end up being your house. It's not your fault that those motherfuckers folded.
Well, that's what I'm saying, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's like better than it's like, you know, what do you want to live out on a fucking bench or some shit like that?
Well, no, I'm just saying, no, because in that way that the landlord would have been the fucking government or a bank, and if they don't exist anymore, then that means it's yours.
Yeah.
If it's our landlord, then it's not the same. It means it would be his. You know? So it makes more sense. Maybe I should... if we get in there and if it's good, then I arrange to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I mean, it seems cool. I mean, we've been, you know, we drove there. We drove around where the house was.
10 years went by fast here.
To see where everything was, like make sure there was a grocery store within, you know, distance.
10 years went by fast here.
It did.
And I was paying enough a monthly that that would have covered a 15-year mortgage cost, and I'd have fucking owned a majority of it. You could sell it and make profit.
Yeah, you probably
another 5 years.
We'd have probably had it like half paid off.
More than half on a 15-year mortgage. We'd have had more to have half. We'd have more than half paid off. Cost would have been the same.
Yeah, I think the problem a lot of people
5 years
have.
From now, we would have been able to flip it.
I mean, the thing that's hard about home buying is that a lot of times you have to have a certain percentage down payment. Now,
come up with some.
That's the thing, I kind of feel like maybe nowadays. I remember back when I was buying a house. I
could sell motorcycles and come up with 20,000.
When I was buying a house back, right? In 2000, whenever the hell it was, 2002, 2003, I can't remember. When I was buying a house, generally the standard was the mortgage companies liked you to put 20% down, which is a lot of money, depending on how much the house was. Because I was a first-time home buyer, I was able to go through, was it Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or whatever, and I think I ended up just putting down, I just put down 5%, maybe. But see, the more you put down for a down payment, the less you have to pay every month, you know what I mean? The lower your monthly payment is. But not a lot of people can come up with 20%, especially if you're buying a $400,000 house. 20% of $400,000 is a lot. So
Mr. Roboto's asking us, do we have a raft in case of flooding? It doesn't flood here.
Not here. We're a little bit raised up.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying if there was like a real bad hurricane, it would flood. But normally, if there's a hurricane, it'll flood on the coasts.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Now, it might flood in a bowl or a depression.
That's what I'm saying. Like those people's backyard, up on the path, turns into a pond every time it rains hard.
Yeah, but it's like 6 inches deep.
Yeah. But it stays there for a long time, and then it starts to smell.
Yeah, it's big, but it's only like 6 inches deep.
Then it starts to smell, and all the animals come around, they get all excited.
Yeah, I got the damn fucking pelicans and shit walking through there.
And ducks.
Ducks living in it.
Frogs.
Yeah.
I gotta watch because every time there's a bad storm, and when I walk the next morning, when it's all flooded, a lot of times like little baby frogs will be like jumping from that pond to the pond across the path. So there'll be like just millions of little baby frogs going doink 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 like across the path, and you have to like be careful like you don't step on them.
What's funny when you think of swamp, a lot of people will think of some kind of African jungle or something, or the rainforest out in Brazil. That's not what it looks like. It looks like a coniferous forest. It's pine trees. It's just that it's flat.
Yeah.
And it can flood in certain areas. There's no drainage and there's a lot of rain because the elevation's pretty low.
Yeah, like I said, we're generally we average at sea level.
Yeah, about average.
There are some places that are a little bit hilly, but it's not. Right. We don't have any mountains or hills or much of anything like that.
Now, in an Everglade area, it's underwater basically.
Most of it's underwater. Yeah.
It's underwater by a couple of inches. There's nothing but big old long grass, tall grass. And what do they call them? Mandrake trees? No, what's that kind of tree? What's that tree that they have with all the little fucking knees sticking up out of the water?
Yeah,
what fucking they call those things?
Yeah, I think it is mangrove. Mangrove.
That's everywhere. But the thing is that when you see that shit, you're gonna see that shit on television. You're not gonna see it in person because there's no roads that really lead.
There's one road that goes through the Everglades, Alligator Alley.
Yeah, that's about it. You know what I mean? It's not accessible to the public. You'd have to fucking be in a swamp boat, which you'll see swamp boats here. What was it? About a couple months back.
You need an airboat.
Airboat. Mississippi calls it a swamp boat.
Yeah.
Swamp boat, airboat, whatever, airfoil. And it's, guys build them. I don't even think you can buy them. I just think they build them. You can buy them, but...
Well, essentially it looks like a boat with like a big-ass fan on the back is what it looks like.
It's a flat-bottom boat with a raised fucking engine, any kind of motor you can find, and you put a fucking propeller on the back of it from an airplane. And it's a pusher prop. And then you put a big guard around it so you don't get sucked into the fucking blade.
Because that would be bad.
Yeah. And you don't have anything in the water. You can be in total fucking moss or just undergrowth. You don't even need water. They will blow themselves across fucking solid ground. A lot of people think that it's got to be in the water. It doesn't.
Well, because the thing about the Everglades is that, it's mostly water, but there is land in there.
Yeah, so they'll go over the land.
So they just need something that'll go over both things.
It can be in an inch of water. It'll go fast. Inch of water with a whole bunch of fucking grass and shit. No problem. And then if there's a finger of fucking sand or sandbar or something sticking out, it doesn't matter. It goes right over it. You could run it up onto land, I don't know for how long. It'd probably get hot on the bottom. That'd probably be your biggest limit.
Yeah.
Depending on if it was sand, it'd probably get hot. I don't know. You had to look. But I've seen them go over the ground. There was no reason to I saw somebody load one up into the trailer that way. They were like in a, you know what I mean? Like the trailers you put the boat on. Mm-hmm. He just ran up into the trailer.
Yeah.
With the thing. There wasn't any pulling it in. Just the pusher prop had enough power to get it in there.
You just don't want to overshoot it. Shoo! You go sailing over the fucking cab of the truck.
Yeah.
Whee! Hold my beer, Merle.
Yeah. They had them in Louisiana, but in Mississippi we didn't have them. There wasn't a need for them.
Yeah, you see them around here. No, so like I said, it's more common in the Everglades because that's all swamp down there.
Everglades and bayou.
And there's only one road. As far as I know, there's only one road that goes through the Everglades from all the way across, because the Everglades is all the way across southern Florida, pretty much.
Yeah.
Other than right near the coast, it's all across the central part of the state. Kind of like Ocala National Forest. Like I said, it takes up a huge amount of the center part of the state. And there's nothing out there. It's just all woods. And it's weird too that
What you doing, Pokey? What's that?
What are you doing, Pokey?
Pulling. What are you pulling?
She's stretching. I'm stretching on the chair.
What's that? I think she's telling me about that.
Okay, but this is the second time, so we'll see.
The first one was a dry run. Just a test run. Yeah,
she just wanted to see if you'd get up and do it. She has a weird thing where she does this pretty much every night, and he keeps falling for it. She gets all excited. She starts grumbling. She's like, she wants to go outside, and she gets all her little tail wags and stuff. And Tom's like, you want to go outside? So he puts the collar on her, and then she goes running to the front door, so she can go sit on the porch. And then she goes to the door, he opens it, And then she looks out, and then she puts her little back up like, whoop, nope, and then turns around and like goes back in the house. Shows her little back arches, like it's like
fucking with me.
She didn't want to go out. She did it again.
The front door. I open up the front. I open up the front door like that. And she walks up to it and then just lays down. Like, yeah, keep it open. She's looking outside.
That's right.
Okay, all right. So,
you're her bitch, Tom.
Yeah. Open up the door. Just get up to it. Just lay down and look outside.
She's like, haha, I got Daddy to open it.
Fucking, she got me.
She does.
That's it.
Well, I was telling them how she always does that thing where she yells and scratches and stuff, and then you open it, and then she sticks her head out, and then she arches her little back and goes, nope.
Yeah. Too hot. Yeah.
Don't like it. I just wanted to see if you would open the door. Thanks.
It's not quite. It hasn't quite cooled off enough. It's in the 80s, but when it gets into the 70s, that's when she goes out more.
Yeah, I could. Even animals, they know what's up. They know
what hot is.
They know what's up.
Yeah.
They feel the same way I do. Like when we open the door and they're like, "Oh, fuck this! I'm going back in the AC." Dom the Bomb says, "I'm late. Is Jenny and Tom moving?" We've had like every new person that got. Well, I knew that would probably happen because, like I said, we first talked about it on Sunday, but that's like a movie review day, so probably a lot of people didn't. Well, you give them the rundown because I have to pee.
Go ahead. Yes, we're moving, but it's a good thing. The landlord wants to swap houses with us. He's too old to walk up and down the stairs, so he wants this house because it's a single floor, and he knows I took care of this bitch. He's like, yeah, you did good, blah, blah, this and that. And he goes, normally he would have kicked me down the road, but for the same amount of rent and everything, he wants me to move in a house that's 50% larger. It's like 3,500 fucking square feet house 10 miles from here in Eustis, where I wanted to move. Big old 2-story house just like this one. Got like 3 living rooms and fucking 5 bedrooms and 3.5 baths and big kitchen. It's going to cost more to keep it cool in there with the air conditioning, but I just can't pass on it. And I got 2 months to move. It's going to give me the key Friday. I can move slowly over there over the next 2 months, just taking shit in the cars, and it's empty now. It'll be ready on Friday. That's when the painting is finished. And I can go in there and fucking, it's got new carpeting upstairs. And so I got a good deal. It's because fucking never was laid up for the rent in 10 years and fucking took care of his shit. And he wants somebody in there. He also offered me the option to buy it for the same price as this. And it's 50% larger. Yeah. And it's in an area that I used to live in that area about 1 mile, 2 miles from there when I worked in the horse industry. It's outside Eustis. I used to live in that area lived there for like 2 years.
So creaky.
It's changed a lot in the past 10 years. It's grown up. It's like this place was when we moved here 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's not rural out there anymore. It's like the edge of fucking. It's the edge of suburbia, the beginning of horse farms.
Yeah. Even across the street from the neighborhood is a huge horse farm.
Yeah. Which I like that area. It's never really going to get built up like it is here. It's just a little too far out, and too many people own too much land out there, I think.
Yeah. I mean, at least they've built some stuff. So, because like I said, I was kind of worried, but when we went out there a couple days ago, they had just built a big new
it's got AMC
shopping complex.
Theaters,
yeah.
It's got Publix,
with the Publix
shopper.
and everything.
It's got fucking sushi restaurants and everything. You can Chinese restaurants, and it's built up quite a bit. A lot of fucking drugstores. Fucking what's the name of that drugstore that was over there?
Walgreens or CVS or whichever.
CVS, something like that. So it's not as country as it was.
Yeah, because like I said, I don't want to live out in the middle of nowhere. Right. But
and I'm saying country, and it's not country like Mississippi country. Nothing could be like that.
Yeah, it's not like Deliverance or anything like that, where it's like you stop at a gas station and no one has any teeth and they're going to butt rape you.
Out there is kind of like San Diego, 1978-79. It's like that, if you're in California.
See Pookie like go back and forth across. She's like so anxious. I was in here this morning, like cleaning that closet out over there and like starting to pack up some stuff.
Pookie,
and
what are you doing?
And I bought this a whole fuck ton of moving boxes, and they came like in this much bigger, like humongous box. And I had it laying on the floor, you know, while I was like pulling them out and unfolding them and taping them and stuff. And it's like, and I looked behind me, and I saw the box laying on the floor, and all I saw was Pookie's little butt sticking out. Like she'd stuck her whole like front half like into the box, and like her little butt was sticking out, and that little bitty tail was just like wagging like that. She's like, ooh, look at all this shit I found in here.
So Dom goes, yeah, it sounds like a good deal, man. Same price, a good deal. Yeah, it's the same price. It's the same price. I raised my own rent on this motherfucker. When this pandemic happened, I told him, I said, look, I've been here for nearly 10 years, man. Fucking, you haven't even raised the rent. And
I mean, our landlords are awesome.
And he's like, yeah, I know.
They're really, really nice.
So I raised my own rent by what, for $300 a month?
Yeah, well,
it wasn't fair.
Yeah,
it wasn't fair.
I mean, they were giving us like really honestly,
good deals.
To be honest, we pay $1,800.
Yeah.
For this house, which is like I said, a 4-3, and that includes lawn care
and housing,
and the HOA.
HOA. Yeah.
And honestly, if you look, even it's like more toward downtown Orlando or like some higher end areas, you can't even get a really nice apartment for $1,800.
I was fixing shit in here and showing him, and then he's like, "How much is? Don't worry about it." I would never charge that dude for fixing anything in here.
Well, yeah, in here, like I said, if it was big shit like fixing the AC, yeah, they can pay for that, or they can pay to paint the outside.
Replacing faucets, replacing toilet seats,
yeah, little shit like that.
No, I was doing all that.
Yeah, I don't mind.
And fucking repainted in here. I didn't charge him for any of that, and that's part of it. Being I fucking I served my liege lord fucking well, okay, and it's like some medieval shit. So, me being his vassal, he took care of me. Fucking in these hard times of civil unrest, he put me in one of his better homes for him,
Well, and the thing about them, too,
guard
is
his
that
property, the property of the Lord.
The thing about them, though, is that they own a lot of properties. So it's not like, it's not like they're hurting.
No, they got...
If we're charged, like, a little bit less than their other people.
They got 13 of these things.
Because they got, like, 13 houses that they own outright, that they rent out.
Yeah, they're landlords.
Yeah.
They're from Poland.
Like houses like this.
Yeah. Well, I think he's from Poland, and I think she's from Spain. Isn't she from Spain?
I thought she said that.
Yeah, I think she's from Spain.
My stepmom's from Poland.
Yeah, they're not. I don't even think they're American citizens, but they live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good people. His son is like American as apple pie. I met him.
They've been over here.
They've been over
here
like
a few times. But yeah, that's what I mean. So, we were worried. Well, we weren't worried that they were going to kick us out because they wouldn't do that.
I knew they wouldn't do that.
Like, we knew they wouldn't do that because
I thought they were going to give us time and we need.
But I thought they were going to say either buy this house or you have to get out. I didn't actually expect them to be like, oh, hey, have this other house for exactly the same price that's much bigger.
After the show, Dom, go back and look because I talked about it. We showed it. We showed it to the people about a fucking hour ago. I was planning on fucking looking for houses to move into and to buy, and for under $400,000, I found a damn Mexican castle.
That was what we would have go. We're not going to have that one, but it's still for sale.
It looked pretty damn cool.
We actually had an appointment to go look at it before we found out that the landlords were giving us
$380,000 or
$395.
$395, and it's got the address and everything. I show it.
Yeah,
if anybody wants to move here and live like a Colombian drug lord, that's the fucking house. It's a Gothic, Spanish-style house with Mexican wood that came out of and lighting fixtures and weird, and it's all Gothic, and it came out of damn Mexican fucking
like Catholic churches.
In it.
It's cool looking,
real cool. It's
cool looking.
Tile on the bottom floor, top floor's got teal fucking...
Got ugly... You'd have to tear the carpet. It's old.
It's like Ricardo Montalban's Pleasure Palace from 1975. The house was built in 1950s, and it's fucking stone.
Yeah.
And...
it's cool looking, though.
It looked very cool, but... we didn't get to see it because this is an offer I can't refuse, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We had an appointment to go look at that other house because we assumed...
It's a little further out than this, so...
Yeah, we assumed when they said, hey, you know, that they were probably going to sell this house, so we were like, well, shit, we have to start looking for another house. So we made an appointment to go see this other house, but then they came over and said, no, it's like, we're not going to sell this house. We want to move into this house, but we will give you this other house, so we're swapping. You know, so we didn't actually need to go look at that other house then, but that other house is super kick-ass. So if anybody like wants a really cool looking house like that, invite me over to parties because I want to like look at those beautiful lighting fixtures.
Mr. Robot says it's a goth dream house. It's a dream house if you're into like Dia de los Muertos.
It could totally be made because I was like looking at the pictures and I'm just like, oh, I could goth the fuck out of this.
I would have made it Mexican
without
goth.
Much effort.
Yeah.
Just
the made it Day of the Dead style fucking gothic.
Yeah, see that would have been super kick-ass. Like you do. You could make it look like a Mexican Catholic church. Like you could put some fucking stained glass in there. You could go whole hog, man.
Yeah. You could put a lot of cool shit in it. It would cost a lot of money to get it done, though.
True, but you know.
I'd have to get paint. I mean, see, the thing is, I'm confident in my own artistic skills. I can draw and I can paint too. I could have painted a bunch of cool shit in there. It's just that, boy, you get tired of it, man. At my age, if I was in my 30s, well, you know, I could fucking just increase my testosterone fucking injections and be like, yeah. Start bumping a bunch of fucking Anavar and shit and painting the fuck out of that shit.
Or get some cocaine.
Go get some cocaine, yeah. I'll go call my fucking cocaine drug dealer friends and fucking,
I'm honestly, even though we're not going to like the Mexican Gothic house, which is funny because I just bought that book, Mexican Gothic, which I'm going to be reviewing soon.
Yeah.
But the house we're going to, I'm kind of excited. I got all kind of plans about at least what I'm going to do I know what I'm going to do with the office and with the office bathroom. The other stuff is still kind of up in the air, although I do have some ideas. Like I said, we might have to do it like a little bit at a time because, you know, I'm not made of money, obviously. Office and studio is going to be first priority because that's going to be on camera. So I'm going to get all that shit first.
Yes, it was a cool house and it was like living like a Colombian drug lord. It's exactly what it would be like. It looked like something you'd see out of a damn movie. Just bunch of arches.
And like I said, I'm pretty sure it had
real retro.
It had a dock. You had boat access as well.
It had a dock.
It was across the street, but it was your property. It was like a strip.
Yeah, it gave you a strip that went down to the damn lake. So you could put a boat in the lake.
So you had lake access, yeah.
It had a big
and you could
lake
if you had a boat, you could like keep it there.
But yeah, it did look like a Pablo Escobar type.
It did.
Retro Pablo Escobar. It looked like something out of a fucking Pain and Gain movie. You know, like if you were gonna make a fucking movie about fucking Mexican drug lords in fucking Florida, yeah, that was it. It's cool though. I show pictures of it. I'm not gonna show it again, man. It took too much time.
Yeah.
But after the show posts, you can go back and look in. You'll see me. I'll show it to the camera. It was good. It was a cool house, built in the 1950s.
Yeah, that was the only thing that I was just kind of like, ooh, is it gonna have to be rewired or is the AC like gonna be fucked up or whatever? So Zach just showed up. Hi, Zach. Mm-hmm. So when are you moving and how big is it? And then David June says, restart the show, Zach. It's been covered several times.
Yeah.
Well, every time like a new person shows up, I always feel like, because everybody has been asking. Yeah,
it's a 2-floor house like this.
Well, no, this is just 1 floor.
No, it looks like this, but it's 2 floors.
Yeah.
It's 50% larger. It's 3,500 square feet.
Whereas this is 2,400.
This is 24.
And it has 1 more bedroom.
1 more bedroom.
And an extra bathroom.
And an extra bedroom. Living room.
And another living room. So it's much bigger.
Much bigger. It's 50% larger than this.
Yeah.
Same price. About 10 miles up the road.
Yeah.
Same age as this house. Same style, basically.
Yeah, it looks about the same, but it's it's the same kind of neighborhood. It's not gated, but it's the same kind of thing.
And it's in kind of a location I wanted to go. It was where I used to live about 12 years ago. It's out near the horse farms. It used to be real rural. Now that's the edge of suburbia because it's getting bigger. Everybody's moving here. This is getting fucking gentrified, man. Today, they just doubled the width of the road out here to a 4-lane fucking road.
I mean, I knew they were doing something out there because yesterday we went to... where did we go yesterday? The bank?
Bank, yeah.
And then somewhere else?
Yeah.
Or the movies or wherever the hell we went the other day, and there were all kind of trucks in the road, and like the truck was kind of blocking the road, and they were like, hey, road work and blah blah blah. I didn't realize that we're going to be widening the road like in a day. Holy crap.
They doubled it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, like I said, even before we moved here,
it was getting busy along that road.
Yeah, and well, because the road, like if you come out of our neighborhood, like there's 2 entrances, right? We live near the back entrance of the neighborhood, but there's also like a big main entrance a mile up. And if you come out of that, it's just like a 2-lane. Well, it's 2 lanes on either side, right? Or no, it's just 1 lane on either side. I was thinking of the turn lane. So it's kind of a small road because it used to be rural. But they've built so much shit along there. Hell, they built a whole new neighborhood right along that road, like behind, like in front of our neighborhood. They built like a whole, it's probably like a dozen houses.
When we moved here, this was the only neighborhood like this.
Yeah.
In this area. Now there's fucking 5 or 6 of them. And fucking high density apartment complexes. They're real good quality, but the population density is fucking skyrocketing. We're right off I-4. Everybody's moving here from New York and California. It's just, we gotta go. It's getting gentrified. Too many y'all here. I like to be on the edge of the shit. And it's still, we're not out of the way. We can still get to Mannequins. We can still get to I-4. And we can now go to Tampa because they got that new freeway. That they just built.
And that's another thing. Well, most of it's built. They built a new freeway that is like, it's a toll road, but it goes right from here to Tampa, so you can bypass I-4.
It shaves 35 minutes.
Which is always good because I-4 is a fucking nightmare at the best of times. Although it's better than it was because they have been working on it. They have been widening it.
Means you can get to Tampa in under an hour.
Which, you couldn't do before.
No.
So that will be easier.
Probably get to Tampa in 40 minutes if you went 80.
I mean, it's a toll road, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can buy I got to buy one of those, what do you call it? It's the toll thingy that you put in your window. I used to have one in my old car.
Speed limit here is 70 miles an hour. Nobody's going 70. Everybody's going 80. Cops are going 90. Real fast traffic here.
Well, except on I-4 when everyone's when no one is moving because everyone's just sitting there.
Except rush hour on I-4, yeah.
It's like a parking lot. I should know because I used to drive on it like every day. Honestly, even when... And I used to work kind of weird hours. Like we lived here in Sanford, and I worked at a place even past downtown Orlando. It was off Orange Blossom Trail. And so that was even like an hour at the best of times. And I wouldn't get off work until 6:30 p.m. and it took me like an hour and a half to get home.
Yeah, I'm going to take videos of the house before everything gets moved in. Don't worry about it.
And then once it's kind of like when I get my office and shit all done up, I'll do like an office tour and show everybody.
Yeah, I'm not going to show you guys everything.
Because I want to do, like I said, I want to
show you guys the sex dungeons or the fucking arsenal of full auto weapons and fucking body armor and shit. We're not going to show that.
Once the office is all done, because that's going to be, I mean, at least that's my first priority, like I said, because that's going to be on camera. Yeah. So that's going to be the first thing I'm going to like fix up all nice. I'm going to fix up all the other stuff nice too, but I don't have to, the office will be the first thing. Yeah, so as soon as the office is done, I'll do like a whole.
We get the keys. Yeah, just in case you guys missed it, we get the keys on Friday, and we have to be out of here in 2 months after that.
Yeah, we have.
So we got plenty of time. It's only 10 miles up the road. I will only have to rent a truck for a couple times, maybe twice. 2 days.
Because, like I said, we don't have. I mean, what?
I just got beds, refrigerator.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Washer dryer.
Oh, that's right. The washer and dryer is ours.
Weight sets.
Yeah.
We will need a motorcycles there.
We will need a van.
Yeah, we'll need a van.
We probably only need to take like 2 trips.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Because what do we have? 2 beds.
Yeah.
The weight sets.
Yeah.
A couple couches, some chairs. Although the chairs.
A lot of glass tables.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chairs.
But we don't have a fuck ton of furniture.
No. A lot of it's mostly just the big stuff. And oh shit.
What?
The generators.
Oh yeah, crap.
The generators, and then I
forgot about all the shit in the garage.
Yeah, and then I got Well, see, the thing is that all the garage and storage stuff has to go first, because we don't use it.
Yeah.
So you might as well move things that you're not using.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
In Florida, if you're wise, you have at least one generator. I got 2. All right, and then I got at least 5 air conditioners. 4 of them are window units. 1 of them is a central unit.
Yeah, because we had our power knocked out during a hurricane, and I don't want that shit happening.
Or your fucking central air goes out in the middle of the fucking summer. It's going to be weeks before you can get somebody out to look at it, because they're all fucking busy. So you better fucking have window units.
Or you're
a dumbass
of a heat stroke.
And you can get a window unit for $125, so I got a bunch of them.
Yeah.
I'm not stupid.
Yeah, you just hook it up.
We
just plugged it into the generator.
Yeah. We went through one fucking outage, and we didn't have it for about 5 days, and I was fucking miserable. Never again. Never again.
Well, like I said, I've been through a hurricane before too. Before I met you, like when I lived at my old house, and our power was out for 8 fucking days.
Yeah.
Wow, that blew.
Yeah.
In August, I think. No, maybe it was September, but it was still like 95.
I got 2
degrees.
brand new generators. One of them can run a bunch of shit. It's a Honda, and the other one is this fucking damn blue thing that can run the whole house. This house. I don't know if it'll run the whole other house, but even including the central system. But I got to get a special hookup for the outside. That costs about $800 to get the hookup. That way you can just attach the generators to the house and run the whole house off the fucking gas generator.
Yeah, because before we just had to like extension
cords everywhere.
And it's like because we just wanted the window unit and the fridge mainly. And then something to charge the phones.
Right.
That was about it.
I got solar shit now. I can charge all the phones and everything, but
that's right. Now
we didn't have it then.
Yeah, with that back then we didn't.
Yeah, I got a bunch of solar shit I can charge.
Zach said, "Didn't you say Jenny has a library in the attic once too?"
Yeah,
I might.
No, it's not a library.
Do I have more?
It's okay. We got all the Christmas decorations up there.
Well, I know all the Christmas shit's up there.
And then you got a bunch of stuff like dishes from your old apartment, and pots and pans.
Well, I'm gonna look through those because I'll probably throw those away.
A bunch of tapes.
No, I threw out all my cassette tapes. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I think there's some records up there. There's a bunch of artwork.
Okay.
Bunch of artwork.
I mean, honestly, I threw out all my cassette tapes, I think. Like last purge that I did. I sold almost all of my vinyl, and I think the only vinyl I have like this many like vinyl records left, and I think they're in there. So I don't think they're in the attic, but I don't remember what all is in there.
I got a lot of tools. I got 3 sets of tools. 2 of them got to go. Too many tools.
Too many tools.
Yeah,
you got all.
I got a lot of fucking.
I don't even know what the fuck all is in that garage.
Got a lot of cordless bullshit that needs to be thrown out because
the only thing of mine that's in that garage is that bicycle, and that's old, and I can throw that out.
Okay.
Because I can buy a new bicycle.
Bicycle's going then.
Bicycles are cheap.
Okay. Bicycle's going. I'll throw all that shit out.
I mean, it's the fucking
we got time.
chain is fucked up.
We got 2 months to throw all that shit out. No, not a big deal.
Like I said, honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of like most of my shit. I just want to throw it away and buy new shit.
Buy new shit. Now I'm kind of the same way. If you don't fuck with it in 10 years, you're never gonna fuck with it.
That's what I figure. It's like I need to go through everything just to make sure I don't throw anything important, like my fucking birth certificate or something. But it's just kind of like, or my passport.
Doesn't garbage go out tomorrow?
Yeah, we have to put garbage out tonight. I pulled out. Yeah. From that closet, because remember when we built like that the soundproof booth in there and we had like all that cardboard, like I pulled most of that out.
All right.
So we got to put that on the curb, and I threw out like a whole like big garbage bag full of stuff out of there. But
time to clean house on this bullshit.
I haven't even like.
This time.
But like I said, I'm excited about it because it's something I've been wanting to do.
Clean house on bullshit.
It's just I haven't got around to because I have so much stuff.
Gotta travel more light. I mean, most of the shit we're not using.
Yeah, and it's just like I was going through, like I went through my office drawers and like some of the shit in there today, and I was just kind of like, why even do I have some of this stuff?
Yeah,
I don't need any of this.
Prepper POV, his name is Prepper. He just got the solar power station. I was looking at the solar power station, the big one, and some of that shit you can charge it with your car alternator. You can put it in the back of a car and run a whole camp for fucking weeks. They got wireless fucking recharging.
See, it's the 21st century, bitch. We have all kind of cool shit nowadays.
There's ways to do it. It's about $1,000.
Yeah.
but good to have something like that.
Yeah.
Especially in an emergency. If you have power outages.
I would say, like, just living in Florida, you know, for me growing up here, it's always good. Don't, like, go whole hog or anything, but it's always good to have backup measures like that because we do have a lot of hurricanes. And honestly, even if there's not hurricanes, sometimes if it's just a really bad storm, which we have a lot of every summer, the power will go out. Yeah.
I always keep a stockpile of food that I rotate through, too. Because there's no... Having lived through fucking Hurricane Katrina, man, you want a couple months' food easy for everybody in the house. That way, just... If something bad happens, you can eat for a couple months. You know what I mean? Until normalcy is fucking restored.
Normalcy
is fucking restored.
You try to say normality and normalcy at the same time.
I'm fucking drunk.
Yeah, you are.
But, yeah, fucking Spam, fucking sugar, flour, oil, powdered milk, fucking dried fucking, all that dried stuff, man, the big number 10 cans, you know.
I got all kind of nice canned soup. I'll just drink that right out of the can.
Well, I also got all those dried
clam
mixes.
chowder.
Dried soup mixes, dried this and that, you know what I mean? Fucking basically dried hamburger helper in packages that you could just eat. You want to keep, I know some of you people are fucking worried about emergency stuff. Whatever could happen, you know. Anything could happen. Some people are making mistakes. They're buying shit that doesn't have any damn food value. Yeah, you can buy a lot of ramen cheap. I dare you to try to live off of ramen for a week.
Ramen has a lot of calories, but it doesn't have a lot of nutritional
value. There's no protein
in
that. And that shit will fuck your guts up. Okay? It's just filler. It ends up being sugar.
I like ramen, but I like ramen with other things in it. I like boiled eggs in it. Yeah. Mushrooms.
With the Japanese use ramen as a filler.
Yeah.
Okay? It's fortified with eggs and ham, or eggs and spam, meat, fish. That you have to fortify that. For emergency stuff, and you know, for those of you who don't know me, I know you bitches are all regular. The military will, my military duty taught me that fucking the primary food source of all human beings, whether you think you're a vegan or not, is fucking protein. If you're not getting protein, you're going to get hungry. And you're going to lose muscle mass. And you're going to get weak. Carbohydrates, sugars like protein, like fucking noodles and shit, and bread, that's not enough. You can't live off that. There's no food to that. You need protein. If it can't be meat, you have to get some of that protein powder that you buy in a big old thing for bodybuilders.
Get some nuts.
Even that is not that concentrated. It's very high calorie. It's expensive, and there's not as much protein. That powdered whey protein that you drink, vanilla flavored, actually 3 or 4 scoops of that a day, you could actually live on that as long as it was mixed with something, because there is a food element to it. There's protein. If you can't have that, cans of Spam. All during World War II, the American Army survived on Spam primarily. Spam and crackers. That's some wild shit. But
Spam
and crackers. Spam is not a low-quality meat. It's pork shoulder. That's a high-quality cut. It's cooked in the can. It's just the problem with it is it's very salty. You want to get that low-sodium Spam. The flavored Spam's even better. You can dice it up and put it in your ramen and make a big difference. You can eat a can of Spam a day to fucking survive.
Even the low-sodium Spam is still too salty for me.
It's still a little too salty. Yeah.
It's too salty.
So, when possible, what you do is you take any kind of Spam.
I mean, I'd eat it if I had to, but I'd prefer not to. It just makes me thirsty.
What I do is I take that Spam, I slice it thin and try to fry it. Get some of the salt out of it. In an emergency situation, you want powdered milk and you want powdered eggs. And you can mix all that together. The powdered milk, the powdered eggs, and the Spam together will keep you and good nutrition for long term. You could live on that. Would you enjoy it? No.
We actually tried out the powdered eggs the other day because you wanted to see if they were any good.
They're not good.
They're okay, but they don't really taste like eggs.
They taste funny.
They just taste. Well, they don't really taste like much of anything.
Here was the thing. The reason why we ate those is because those came packed in a plastic bag, and that was the cheap ones. I can't trust that packaging. It's not the exact same ones that I have in the metal cans.
See, that's what happens every now and then. We have all this like stuff, and then he's like, "Well,
I got to get rid of this.
We got to rotate this out. So we got to eat this.
Gotta eat this, right?
So we got to eat these powdered eggs or whatever it is. Which, if it's just an ingredient, like it's just powdered milk or something, you can do like a million things with that. But powdered eggs, like
powdered eggs have a funny flavor.
You made like an omelet or something like that with them, and it's like it was okay, but it didn't really taste like eggs.
No.
Because, man, I love eggs. I could, you know what? If somebody told me that I couldn't eat meat anymore, but I could still eat eggs, I'd probably be like, okay.
The reason why you want them is one, they're shelf stable forever. You only need water to produce to finish them, water and heat, and they contain protein. You know what I mean? They're nutritious. Pookie, I said stop it.
She's not gonna.
She's trying to say I want to go outside. You want to go outside? Yeah. Okay. Don't lie to me. Go ahead.
Thank you, David. Okay. Craving shrimp and grits. Got a good recipe. There's one in our cookbook, although I can't remember what it is offhand. Secret though is use. You have to ask Tom, but we got this from Chantel from the restaurant. Her shrimp and grits. She uses. I think she uses coconut milk in it. And they're really, really good. But yeah. I don't think we have coconut. I don't think he puts coconut milk in ours, but she puts coconut milk in hers, and it's like really, really good. I love shrimp and grits. Yeah. Well, somebody asked us before if we did any gardening. We don't. Like, we did little shit. Like, you know, we had some growing some basil and stuff. But
yeah, you talking about grits?
David June asked if we had a good shrimp and grits recipe. I said there's one in the cookbook.
One in the cookbook.
But then I said Chantel had that. She told us she put coconut milk in hers, right?
Instead of cream, you can also put coconut milk. It's great.
And her shrimp and grits are really, really good.
Yeah, that was Chantel's local soul food twist on shrimp and grits, and I must attest, it is great. Now here's something else. I got lots of grits.
I love grits.
Grits was the emergency rations of the South during the Civil War. They lived off grits and hardtacks and shit. The problem with grits taste good, but it's like ramen. It's a lot of calories. There's not much nutrition in it. No protein. Those Confederate bitches weighed $1.05 back then. Okay, they didn't weigh anything.
Now they weigh 1,005.
A guy that has a lot of muscle mass is not going to be satisfied with grits. It has to be fortified. Grits and Spam, diced fried Spam in the grits is fucking great. You can do that. There you're getting your protein. If you wanted to add coconut milk to that, if you go to the cans of coconut milk are heavy, they weigh a lot, they're kind of expensive. If you go to an Indian or Middle Eastern store, you can find powdered coconut milk.
Yeah, that's what we always used to get.
Yeah. And
way cheaper.
That'll last forever. Okay, and it doesn't require refrigeration or power. So if you can fucking find powdered coconut milk, that's a good thing to have on hand. And another thing good, and I've said this before on other shows, go to Walmart, go to the Hispanic aisle, and go get you some of that Nido dried milk. That's what I use now. Because we mostly drink almond milk just for the calories.
Yeah, I don't think we have any regular milk in the house.
No, if I need regular milk, I got that damn Nido. I'll make up a fucking cup of that shit to put in a recipe.
We don't drink on cereal and stuff. We just put almond milk in.
Just almond milk. It's the calories are a lot better. But that Nido, and they got two different kinds of it: the regular and the fortified. The fortified is good enough for children to put in a bottle. But they're both good. If it's chilled and it's mixed thick enough, you're not skipping on it, put a lot of water. when it's cold, you can drink it just like milk. Now, is it as good as fresh milk? No. But it tastes good. You can make
I don't
those
mind
powdered
it.
eggs with it.
Yeah, I don't mind it like in a recipe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if I'm pouring it on cereal or putting it in coffee or something like that.
If you were starving.
I'm not going to just drink it out of a glass though.
If you were starving or you were hungry, okay.
Thank you, Dom the Bomb.
What do you say?
Jenny, will you be watching Halloween Kills when it's released? Yeah, we probably will.
Yeah, we'll
see that. Did you watch the prequel Halloween 2018 as well? Yes, we did.
We saw it.
We saw that in the theater. It was pretty good. I remember. I remember it was pretty good. But yeah, we'll see it when it comes out. I saw the trailer for it the other day.
If you were hungry, or you know what I mean, and a fucking nice glass of that powdered Nido milk, has it been sitting? If it sat for a little while and made sure it was nice and blended, and you threw some nice cold ice in that thing and drank it, you'd love it. It's good. Especially if you had a little bit of damn Nestle's Quick in it.
Although, to be honest, out of a glass, if I'm going to drink milk out of a glass, I'd rather drink almond milk. Almond milk, to me, tastes better than the powdered milk.
The powdered milk would be more nutritious, though.
I know that, but I'm just saying that taste-wise,
Right.
I think the almond milk is better.
Right. For survival purposes, you want some of that powdered milk. That's what I'm saying. You want a lot of that. We got a lot of that.
Yeah, we have, like, big things of it. But like I said, for cold milk, like in cartons, we always get almond milk. I don't think we have any regular like gallon milk.
No, I use Nido for fucking recipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works out a lot better because you see things we don't need. The reason why I did that is because we don't use much fresh milk. It would go sour.
I don't even think at the moment do we even have any cereal in the house.
No.
I don't think we have any cereal in the house.
Well, no, we have a shit ton of oatmeal. Lots of it.
Right, but I just put water in that. I don't put milk in that.
You can, though.
I mean, you can, but I don't. Because why? That's just extra calories.
You're just talking about cereal.
I'm talking about cold cereal.
Yeah.
That you would pour milk on.
Because oatmeal is a cereal.
I know it is. I know it is.
But
well, actually, oatmeal is a cereal.
Actually, that's what you meant.
No.
Cereal, but we don't have.
I'm talking about cold. You know what I'm talking about. Cold cereal that you would pour milk on.
No, but we have a lot of.
I know you can make oatmeal with milk.
Yeah.
Like the package, because we just have the Quaker, like the maple.
Yeah.
Maple brown sugar?
I have real.
I just mix those with water.
I think I have two things of real oats too. They're old. I need to use those up and replace them. Quaker oats. Remember in the round cans?
Yeah.
That's good to have.
Yeah, they make good oatmeal cookies.
Real good oatmeal cookies. They make good oatmeal bread. There's all kinds of.
Telling you right now, we got that. We got a big bag of walnuts in there. Because I just went in there the other day and ate a handful of them.
It also makes excellent. It makes excellent meatloaf. A lot of people forget about that.
It's a good filler.
Good bread. Good everything.
Oatmeal.
Yeah.
Shit, like I said, I even like the packaged oatmeal. Like I like the flavored ones because, like I said, at Sam's they have 2 different varieties where you can buy how many packages are in there? Like 50 packages or something. Packets, and they have one that's like fruity flavors. It's like strawberries and cream, peaches and cream, and blueberry. Fuck that one. The strawberry one's okay, but the other box has maple brown sugar, cinnamon, and apple and cinnamon. That's my jam right there.
I like cereal, but dollar for dollar, oatmeal's a lot more nutritious, more bang for the buck. Cereal is candy. You know what I mean? Like
depending on what kind it is, and honestly,
it's more like candy.
Yeah. I mean, I like oatmeal.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about oatmeal too is that it helps you get your cholesterol down. Because I actually got my cholesterol down quite a bit just by eating oatmeal every morning. Any
highly processed grain is high in carbohydrates. It's not that good for you. Oatmeal is not really a processed grain, so it's better for you. A lot better.
Yeah.
More nutritious. And like I said, it's good in hamburger.
Yeah, you can use it for a lot of different things. You can use it
for a lot of stuff.
And like I said, it makes amazing cookies. Just don't put fucking raisins in it.
Well, raisins are good in it, too.
No, they're not.
Well, we've got raisins and craisins and all different kinds of things that you can put
Craisins are good. I don't mind, putting... Because I was saying, we made oatmeal cookies before, and we put walnuts in it and craisins, and that was fine.
Thank
but
you
raisins,
very much, Esther.
Thank you, Esther.
Esther said it's fucking $10. What'd she say?
Love you, Tom and Jenny. We love you, too, Esther.
Love you, too, babe.
Oh.
How you doing on that drink?
It's almost empty.
Okay.
Buckwheat pancakes. Ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Man, we haven't had pancakes in a long time.
Yeah, I made pancakes. Those fuckers sucked, and I looked and I checked the fucking pancake mix. The pancake mix was
Here's
out of
another.
date
Yeah, this is what happens.
It was out of date.
We
2
have
years.
so much stuff that have. He's like, oh, we have this pancake mix. This is probably old. We need to use this up. So he made pancakes.
They didn't rise.
And they were okay, but they didn't. They were kind of like just mediocre. And then he was like, oh, this is 2 years old. That's probably
2 years out of date. Didn't realize that they had fucking. Damn.
Well, what are you gonna do?
That shit was cheap though. That was from Sam's.
Yeah, you can buy like this big, huge fucking.
Sam's has really
what's
big,
it like a 5-pound bag?
like a 5-pound bag of fucking pancake mix for not much, like $6.
Yeah.
And you can't eat them all.
Well, that's the thing. That's the only thing about.
Eat all that shit.
Thank you, Zach. I love buying granola and trail mix and using them for cereal in the morning. Yeah. See, I like some substantial, like crunchy action going on. You know.
They got people that make their own cereal by doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You can make your own candy bars out of that.
Well, I feel like more people are into that nowadays, like doing kind of like breakfast bowl type situations where they're pouring in. We're gonna put in some granola. We're gonna put like some yogurt, like some Greek yogurt in there, and like putting more like matcha powder. They're putting all kind of stuff in there and like mixing it all up together. You know, wheat germ. I don't know what the fuck they're eating nowadays. All that kind of crap. Yeah, granola is like pretty easy to make. You gonna get new drinks soon? Pookie's still in, right?
Yeah, she pretends like she's gonna go out, and then she goes, "Nope." She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, like I said,
exactly
she has got you wrapped around her little tiny, her little jelly bean paw, or her little chicken leg, as I call it. I call them her drumsticks. Well, because her little head and body are like really, really round and kind of chonky. But then she has these little bitty short legs and these little tiny feet. And it's like, so a lot of times she'll like, when she lays down, she just sticks her legs out straight like that. So she's got like this little round body, like these little bitty short legs just sticking out like that. And I said they look like little bitty drumsticks. So I'm like, look at your little drumsticks. She doesn't know what I'm saying. Well, probably she does. Zach is paid up for 5 shows. Yeah. I don't know. I've kind of thought about making my own granola. I do love granola. I hardly ever eat breakfast, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Honestly, I get up really early because, like I said, this morning, for whatever reason, honestly, as soon as the sun comes up, unless I drank a lot the night before and I'm, like, really tired, I will wake up, like, as soon as the sun comes up. Like, the first light comes over the horizon, and I'm like, doink, and I wake up. And I can't go back to sleep. So, usually, this morning I woke up a little bit before 5 and couldn't get back to sleep. So I laid there for a little while and tried to get back to sleep, and I couldn't. So after a while, I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to get up and start packing and cleaning the closet out. So I started doing that at like fucking 6:30 this morning because I'm a crazy person, evidently.
Yeah, she's crazy.
But I hardly ever eat breakfast. I will have a cup and a half of coffee and a glass of water for breakfast, and that's it. I used to eat breakfast. I don't know. I like breakfast. I just feel like I never eat it. I just never eat it. I have coffee.
I give her breakfast a lot of times, though.
Yeah, but by the time you get up,
yeah,
and by the time you make breakfast, it's usually like lunchtime.
No, it's about 10.
Well, no, because this morning you gave me an egg salad sandwich, but it was like almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that wasn't.
At that point, that's like lunchtime.
That was lunch.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But I also see. This is how she does. I made you make you omelets sometimes.
Although, yeah,
Eggs.
but that was later. That wasn't like I'm talking about
like
breakfast, like because sometimes, like I said, I'm not being mean. I'm just saying that I get up like a long time before you do.
I'm not her servant.
So a lot of times, so when I'm saying breakfast, I'm talking about I get up and then I make something to eat like right when I get up at like 7 a.m. I hardly ever do that. So it's like. Sometimes you get up and you'll make like an omelet or something, but that's usually like 10, 11 o'clock. So that's like brunch time. That's like not breakfast. That's what I'm saying. Because I'm talking about breakfast like when I get up, which is like 6:30 or 7 in the morning. Almost always, unless I've drank a lot the night before and I sleep a little bit later. But usually as soon as the sun comes up, I wake up,
There'll
whether
never
I want
be a
to or
sequel
not.
to fucking They Live, because Carpenter, he's not gonna be making movies. I don't think anymore. But Carpenter's old, bro.
Wait, is he still alive?
I don't know. He may be dead, but
I thought he died.
he died. And
Or no, maybe I'm
That
thinking
movie-
of Wes Craven died.
that movie there told you what it needed to tell you. It told you the truth it needed to tell you.
Esther says Tom and Jenny, the relationship show.
It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, it's weird because I'm just saying that I have a different schedule. That's also, it's sometimes you're just oh, it's breakfast time, and I'm like, bitch, I've been up for 5 hours already. What are you talking about? It's breakfast time. I was like, if I wanted breakfast, I would have eaten it 5 hours ago. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. Oh,
I feed you when I'm ready to feed you. Yeah, I'm gonna put my this fucking haircut is ridiculous. This fucking wig.
I think that wig looked a little bit better on me.
It probably would.
Well, I put it on one time to see what it was.
Where's the comb?
Where's the
brush?
cum?
No comb.
Oh.
Where's the comb? See, this bitch got a dirty mind.
Well, it sounded like you said.
No comb.
There's that brush, and also I didn't know I had this. I think this came with one of the wigs.
Yeah.
But look at this. I have a little weird. I don't even know why they gave me this,
I've never
but look
seen
at.
that before.
I think it came with one of the wigs. I think
Did it?
one of my wigs.
This shit here, fuck that.
That's what I mean. It's probably cost 20
This
cents.
shit here, man. No, I ain't buying it. No. Nah.
Oh, you don't like it?
Nah.
It's so pretty.
Fuck hair.
Fuck hair.
I'll just put some goggles on. I'm waiting for my leather daddy hat to show up. Where the fuck is that shit going? This fucking hat that I got going. Zach's gonna love this hat. This hat is gay as fuck. Hold on here, put that over there. I got a fucking leather daddy bondage fucking hat. It looks straight out of the fucking Third Reich. Looks like a fucking
You're gonna have
sexual
to
SS fucking policeman hat.
You're gonna have to wear
Leather
some
daddy
of
is
my.
Leather
Because you
daddy
know
as
how
fuck.
I have some of those I have these leather harness kind of things.
I'm gonna get me a fuck. No, I got.
And, well, I have that one leather harness thing that has little leather angel wings on the back. You should probably wear that if it would.
Yeah, I
fit.
could do that, but I got.
If it would fit you.
It's gonna be for my Rob Halford outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got a fucking.
You should do that for Halloween.
Sleeveless leather jacket, fucking coming.
Well, now that we're moving and we have to buy furniture, now I'm like shit. Can I even afford a Halloween costume? Maybe I just have to put something together from what I have already.
I gotta check to see when this shit's coming because
shit, man, now I can't afford to do a costume. I'm gonna have to I mean, I can do a costume. I just have to do something with stuff I have already instead of buying something else.
I had to fucking buy that down. I'm also buying paint. September 8th is when that's supposed to come. Damn, should have been here. Should have shipped this September 8th.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. What's today? The 13th? Where's it coming from? Space?
I don't know. Track it. I'm trying to track it.
Zach said you're still not his type.
It has nothing to do with you, Zach. It has nothing to do. Stop fucking flattering yourself, Zach.
Do you remember, though, that 2 seconds ago you said that Zach would love it?
Yeah.
So you called him out
And I'm
specifically?
going to get that fucking vest for it. What the fuck?
Are you going to fuck up my
What the
lighting
fuck?
again?
I'm going to get that fucking vest for it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Beowulf said just go as cat burglars for Halloween. I'll have to think of something better than that. I just have to think of something that I don't have to buy something.
There's the fucking basic hat. I'm going to dress it up, though. That's the hat.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's what it looks like.
You're gonna get butt horked randomly.
That shit right there is gay as fuck. That shit there is fucking... That's just for violently homosexual.
Violently homosexual?
Violently homosexual right there.
You fucked up my lighting again.
Did it? Okay.
Yeah, you did. Fix it. Fix it. You can see my pores. I don't like it.
go.
Thank you.
There you go. That's just sexy, man. I'm gonna put skull and crossbones on it.
Tom's pretty sure he's straight.
I'm gonna have a fucking belt. I'm gonna have a belt with a fucking leather whip.
Honestly, if you dress up like that for Halloween,
I'm gonna dress like that for the show.
Well, or for the show. Well, like
I'm gonna go club for that.
Whenever you do it for the show, you should ride the motorcycle into here.
Yeah, ride the motorcycle into here. Come on,
into the office.
Yeah, that's right. With chaps on.
Yeah,
chaps.
I mean, if you're gonna do it,
a G-string. Not even have pants on. Just a G-string.
So you can see your little butt, like the alien saw that night when you ran out into the
exactly. It'd be just like Wes from fucking Road Warrior.
There you go.
Yeah.
Can I put a leash on you?
No, I'll put a leash on you.
No, that's not how that works.
No, you don't put the leash on the top. On the top.
I'm
the fucking dominant one.
It's not.
I'm the dominant one.
It's not fun anymore.
See, that's not fun. This is not a game you should be involved in, Jenny. This is.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, it's fucking just between men. What are you talking about? Just between men.
Okay, whatever.
See, now she's getting jealous.
I'm not jealous.
I'm trying to fucking figure out.
I just don't care anymore.
They will not. Look, I ordered all this fucking paint. One.
Thank you, Zach.
2,
That's
3.
not violently homosexual.
It's not.
What is what I did to my buddy Nick in the restroom at the nature trail last week?
That was violently homosexual. Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna wear that bitch to fucking mannequins when fucking Toby's in there. We're the two leather daddies out on the dance floor.
That would be funny.
Yeah, you can get that shit on video, and we're gonna show that shit on the show.
He likes to dance with me though.
Yeah. Everybody likes to dance with you.
I'm a good dancer.
Yeah. Did you know that Kim Jong-un lost all that weight?
Why would I do that?
Look at that. Oh shit. It's brand new. Look at him. He got skinny. He got skinny.
Okay.
Kim Jong. Stop it. What are you doing? You need attention? Is that what it is?
Come here, Pookie. She's being a little bratty head today.
Yeah. What are you doing?
Well, she's a little brat all the time.
Yeah.
Because she's always like, pay attention to me. I'm just going to like scratch on
Esther
things.
says Tom's going to get assless chaps. That's where you're wrong. Because chaps don't have asses.
All chaps are assless.
All chaps are assless. Chaps are naturally assless. They go on over your jeans.
I've met some people that were naturally assless.
Just naturally. You see? But if you're going to get fucking like ultra fucking masculine, all right, ultra fucking violently homosexually masculine, you're gonna get, and you can verify this shit with Zach, you're gonna put fucking G-string on and then put chaps on.
G-string, or as I like to call them, anal floss.
Anal floss with a frontal cup for your package, and then you're gonna put the chaps on. Because it'll show the
special delivery package.
It'll show the front and the back. Because people forget that chaps are not only assless, they're crotchless too. They just go around your belt loop.
And then they just cover the sides of your
sides of your legs and the front of your legs. That's
sort of.
It's a Western
thing. But
thing.
not your crotch.
No. You're supposed to be wearing pants. Supposed to be wearing jeans.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to be wearing
That's the operative phrase in that situation. Sure. Those cowboys. Yeah. They were all power bottoms.
They may have been power bottoms. Hard to tell. Up there on Brokeback Mountain. Actually,
man, Brokeback Mountain was such a good movie. Mountain. Did you see it? I saw it in the theater. It was really good.
No, I didn't see it. It was really when I heard about it, it was just kind of like a joke. You know what I mean? People.
Well, I know everybody makes a joke about it, but no, it was good. It was good. It was good. Yeah. It's a good movie. It was kind of sweet.
That's something that fucking girls and fucking gay dudes would want to watch. The fucking gay cowboys.
I'm not into cowboys. I just thought it was like a nice story.
That's definitely fetish, man. Fucking Johnny Rotten would have fucking loved that shit. He wore the gay cowboy shirt in Texas on stage. Remember that?
I think he just did that to like get everybody mad at him.
He almost got his ass beat.
Well, yeah, that was kind of his whole shtick. Like back in the old, I'm gonna wear the most offensive thing possible.
Yeah.
And dare you to beat my ass.
Going to Texas, fucking in front of all those rednecks wearing a gay cowboy shirt.
That was a pretty famous. Like a lot of people wore that shirt back in the day. That was a very provocative. Type of thing to wear because man, those cowboys and shit are so sensitive. They're so sensitive. What? You're wearing a shirt with a picture I don't like. Dude, chill.
Well, I've seen the shirt. They weren't really cowboys. They were just bondage dudes.
I know. I've seen that shirt. Like I said, it's a famous T-shirt. It wasn't just Johnny Rotten. I was like, a lot of people wore that.
Yeah. A lot of people wore those?
No, I'm saying like a lot of people, like kind of punk rocker of like people wore those because they knew that it would like piss rednecks off.
That shit got...
Because rednecks are very sensitive and snowflakey and it's very easy to like...
That shit actually...
It's very easy to offend them.
That shit came out of the fucking sex club at the sex stores. That's who sold that fucking shirt. That shirt.
Yeah.
The gay sex fucking shows. Well, actually, I don't even think... They just had everything in those fucking sex stores. They really sold sex toys before they had it online. See.
Well, we had one here. Actually, Fair Villa. It might be still open. It's big. Yeah. It's 2 stories, and the bottom floor is pretty much all just clothes. A lot of them are like sexy clothes, bondage type stuff. But they have like a lot of cool like gothy type clothes and shit like that. All the sex toys and all that kind of stuff are on the 2nd floor. So they have like a lot of stuff. It's a superstore. It's probably still there.
Where is Toby? Toby's probably working. Toby's a nurse. He's a nurse. Constantly working. Yeah.
Yeah, he works a lot.
He works a lot.
He doesn't even come out all that much.
No.
We see him like maybe once every couple of months.
Yeah, when he comes out, it's like a big event, man. Fucking everybody.
He used to come out every week.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like all of us old people used to come out once a week, and then like various things happened, and we just don't anymore. Like, now I'm like, I'm too tired.
Filbert Grimm III says, Tom, I'm gay also, and a leather bottom. Okay, fucking cool, man.
Yeah.
I understand all about it. Fucking, me fucking growing up as a kid, in Brazil in the 80s, I started off, I loved fucking heavy metal music. Okay? The heavy metal scene was fucking big back then. The goth scene had not really formed yet. They didn't have the kind of music that would interest me at that time, or I wouldn't have come across much of it. Although some of the early stuff I did come across, I did like it. Just that as a teenage boy, you liked fucking metal back in the 80s. I was a big Iron Maiden fan. I fucking loved Iron Maiden's first 2 albums, and I fucking loved fucking Judas Priest. Big fan of the music that they had there in the 70s and the 80s. Rob Halford, real impressed with him. And I also liked fucking a German version of Judas Priest called Accept. And fucking they had a little fucking short, funny looking singer named Udo Dirkensnyder. And what's funny is that in those days, me and the other guys that listened to metal at our age, we were like 15, 16 years old. We didn't really pick up on the fucking on the gay leather daddy undertones of Judas Priest and Accept at that time. I guess you're just not really old enough to fucking interpret what somebody is saying in lyrics. You're kind of projecting your opinion of what is being said into these lyrics. And Rob Halford from Judas Priest, he's a master lyricist, real good. Me. I mean, to this day, he trademarked the name Metal God. I mean, he was a god. His voice was just the greatest. He's old, he's still rocking. He doesn't sound as good as he used to, but he still fucking puts on a good show. Everybody knows the God, who God is, It's fucking Rob, all right? I remember I was probably about 16 or 17.
Why can't I stop sneezing?
I don't know, there's something wrong with you. And then there was a fucking album, I really liked 70s Judas Priest. He had an album called Sin After Sin. And on that album was a song called Raw Deal. There's no lyrics. There's no lyrics involved inside the lyric jacket, inside the jacket. And I'm going, what the fuck is this dude talking about? And I didn't have the cultural references to know what Fire Island was or what a leather cop was and all kinds of shit. But you look at it now, man, fucking Rob Halford came out back in fucking 77.
I even knew what Fire Island was in the early 80s.
Yeah, but
I was a kid.
I was in Brazil, though.
Okay.
And in Brazil at that time, and in Brazil, I didn't know what Fire Island was. So how Rob had come out fucking, you know. Now by the time the Turbo album came out, I saw fucking Rob live at fucking Biloxi Stadium during the Turbo Lover tour. By then, you know, a couple years later, fucking it's obvious to me that fucking Rob is gay and he's a leather daddy. But it didn't matter. It didn't even matter back then. Come on. It didn't matter. Fucking he was kind of like he was a fucking great artist. He still is a great artist. But he's a great artist. He had real good musical taste. He put on a great show. The lyrics were really good. He knew how to fucking make some macho ass shit. I mean, that motherfucker understood it. Like the fucking, what was the name of that fucking? Dissident Aggressor off of Sin After Sin. The Sad Wings of Destiny album with fucking Tyrant and Genocide. The Ripper. Fucking, man, fucking, what was the one? The song The Sinner. Just, you know what I mean? He was just, he knew how to sing. And he knew how to fucking sing to dudes. Which I guess being gay helps you to do that. You know how to sing to dudes, you know what I mean? But that's just the way it was. Because, you know, it's art. And art is emotion. And putting on a show is emotion, you know? So no. Now, do you have to be gay to deliver a good fucking metal show? No, not at all. Most of those dudes weren't. You know, fucking, I don't think any of the dudes from Metallica were or fucking Iron Maiden. But it didn't matter, and it didn't even matter back then. It's funny how these young kids are talking about this LGBT acceptance. I don't even know what they're fucking talking about because there was acceptance even back then. But maybe it wasn't as mainstream. But who gave a fuck about the mainstream? We were all freakazoids. We didn't want anything to do with them.
The thing about it, though, is that I think it was easier for us because we were kind of like in a subculture didn't see it
didn't really give a shit
as a big deal. Yeah. But I definitely remember people older than me being really, really homophobic and being really, really racist and shit like that. Like even in the 80s and 90s.
But we just laughed at them.
I know, but it's like it was something that was around. So it's not like you can say, oh, they didn't know what was going on, because that totally was going on. I mean, like I said, just because, you know, we were in a subculture that didn't care about that, but, you know, in a lot of ways, people picked on us in the same kind of ways because they thought shit about us that wasn't true.
I think that there's today's fucking society is all about acceptance. And I was always rebellious. I never wanted acceptance. I didn't give a shit. If they accepted me, then fucking fuck them.
I don't even think. Well, the thing about it is that you don't care if they necessarily like what you're doing, but it's like I don't really want to get fucked with by them either. I don't want them like throwing rocks at me or like stopping me from doing stuff.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? Most of them people that we're talking about, they're dead.
And good riddance.
Most of them are dead now. Yeah.
Sorry, I was laughing at something that David June said back here. My Uncle Tom, that was his name. Yeah. Uncle Tom.
I was an Uncle Tom too.
Didn't believe me when I told him that Halford was gay.
Yeah,
he was an old school priest fan. I think a lot of people didn't believe it, even though looking back on it now, it's super obvious.
Right.
But it's just funny that so many people were like, no, he's just like really.
No, I remember the mentality. Back in those days, because of stereotypes, you thought, when you said gay, you thought of it a very effeminate guy.
Well, because that's what was seen in the media.
That's what they showed you in the media.
We kind of like talked about this a little bit because like the review that we did for this week, which was The Man Who Fell to Earth, I had forgotten that in that movie there is a gay couple in it that
you don't even know
that it's like not even, it's just played like totally normal and totally like nobody comments on it.
You don't find out they're gay until the end.
And I was kind of like watching it going, wow, that's like super like for the 1976 whenever that movie came out ahead. I was just like, holy shit, like nobody commented on it. Like the guys weren't like, because you know how in a lot of 70s movies they put gay characters, but they'd be like over the top gay, like, oh my god, girlfriend, they'd be like that.
Yeah.
And
Damon Wayans style.
Yeah, and they'd be like wearing like crazy ass clothes and it'd be like way over the top, which, and I know like some people are like that, and like no hate. I'm not hating on you, but I'm just saying that was like a stereotype, and it was played for comedy. And the fact that they would actually just put a normal gay couple in a movie and nobody said anything about it, kind of blew my mind from like 1976. I just wasn't used to seeing that.
Yeah, back in those days, you know what I mean? A gay male, the stereotype was very effeminate.
Yeah.
And Halford didn't have that appearance in public from what you saw of him. Now, if you see some of his live performances, you can see he's got a little bit of magic in his step. You can see he is gay. But it wasn't really fucking prominent in his PR of the times. He just seemed to be like fucking real like macho. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, because of media, the way that, gay people were portrayed in movies and TV shows and stuff, if they were portrayed at all, they were portrayed, like I said, as comic relief. So it would be like way over the top, like super theatrical.
They were the C3POs.
Yeah, so it'd be like way over the top. So I kind of feel like maybe a lot of just regular ass working class people or whatever, they didn't know any gay people in real life, or they didn't think they knew any real gay people in real life. So the only perception that they have was from media. So it's like, well, if they're not like swishing around like Paul Lynde or whatever, then it's like, well, then they're obviously not gay. Right. So I kind of, because they didn't have any context.
Yeah, and there was another thing is that mainstream America had no concept of BDSM or fucking gay fucking leather fetish BDSM scene. They didn't know about it. They didn't know that was a thing. So when you saw Judas Priest, you didn't realize that their motif and their style and the way they were dressing was gay bondage.
Yeah.
That's where that came from. But there was also crossover in fucking punk rock. Punk rock kind of wore the same things. And Johnny Lydon and fucking, or John Lydon and Johnny Rotten, fucking fucked up. Johnny Rotten and fucking Sid Vicious were not gay.
But the thing about punk is that
had a little bit of a fetish.
One, there was a lot of crossover.
There was a lot of crossover
with the gay community, and also the whole punk thing was all about shocking the squares. Yeah. So it's like anything that was going to be like offensive or was going to like freak people out, they were going to.
At the same time this is going on, you got the new romantic scene. So you got Duran and ABC and all these guys fucking showing up, and Adam Ant. And you're thinking, well, those dudes are gay. No, those motherfuckers were aggressive.
They were super hetero.
Aggressive fucking hetero predators.
Thank you, David.
So it was kind of stylistically for the straight suburban fucking kids and everybody else. It was stylistically confusing for them to know who was who. It was all just a big, fuck it, we just like it all. Because we liked it all.
Yeah.
We liked it all.
Well,
I thought that the dudes from Duran Duran were gay. Until I got old enough to realize to go, no way.
I did not.
And I thought David Bowie was gay. No. David Bowie was a closeted heterosexual. He was a fake homosexual.
I don't know, like, to me, like, even from an early age, I guess because when I was a little kid, I was super into, like, goth shit, and I was super into new wave and punk and stuff. So it's like the gender thing, it didn't really, like, I didn't really see why it was a big deal. I'm like, you can just, like, why don't you just...
Tila, what's up? Tila's got to go. She says, I just want to say, where you been, Tila? God damn.
There she is.
Yeah.
I was like, you're a dude, you want to wear a dress? Okay. You're a woman, you want to dress like Annie Lennox and Sweet Dreams? Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, is it hurting me? No. I was like, you like it? It looks cool, so... I'm not bothered.
I didn't even notice any of that shit.
I'm not bothered.
Did you?
Well, that's what I mean. Well, the only reason that I noticed it was because I'd have, like, my grandpa would be like, "What are they all? Are they all gay? What the fuck? Are they? They're all gay and they're all on drugs and they have an earring and eyeliner." And I'm like, dude. And I tried to explain. I'm like, dude, that doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
But even when I was a kid, I was just, that they didn't get it.
Philbert said, Toby could tutor me in college for nursing.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just, so in a way it's kind of hard intellectually. Like, I know that mainstream society, I guess you want to call it that. Like, it took a lot longer to catch on to stuff, but because I was into, like I said, because we were into like goth and punk and new wave and stuff like that, like from early 80s, where it wasn't really that big a deal. So in a lot of ways, I kind of felt like when people were like, oh, it's not a big deal, I'm like, oh my God, welcome to where I was like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like, it's that kind of situation.
Filbert goes, even in the old movies, they were always the decorator. Yeah.
It just seemed like when they would put a gay character in there, and they wouldn't even, like, back in the old days, you couldn't say that.
And Filbert also says, Tom is so right, the leather world was so underground at one time.
It was. Yeah, it was.
The leather world was only, in the 80s, it was only in little repeatograph, black and white fanzines that came out that they would trade for much of it. And so was the goth scene at that time. But that's how gay the leather world was. It was so underground. Remember what they called repeatograph? That little machine.
Yeah, the mimeograph.
Mimeograph fanzines.
They'd give you the page and you'd smell
about
it.
What clubs are where and fucking photographs of dudes. You know what I mean? We saw some of those.
Yeah.
But
they just kind of circulated, people. One person would have it in their house and they'd like make one
because there was no internet.
No.
So nowadays it'd be on the internet, but back then you had to make your own little fanzine, what we called them. The goth scene was like that too.
Yeah.
And there was some crossover. You had important gays in the goth scene.
Well, because they could come hang out at goth bars and no one would fuck with them.
Yeah, and they made magazines like the dude that did Propaganda.
Yeah.
Propaganda magazine.
Man, I bought every issue of Propaganda.
They were big into like goth pretty boys dressed up as Nazis and shit and kind of sexual shit. It's like bondage leather type stuff.
Yeah, the guy that started it was a photographer.
Yeah, the main one was the main kid that they would take pictures of was my friend Tanya's ex-boyfriend. What was his name? He was Dave. He had his own band for. Oh,
I know who you're talking about. I can see his face. I just can't think of his last name. There you go.
Koviak. What's his name?
No. Koziak?
Koviak.
With a Z? Or Koviak with a V?
Koviak. What was his name?
It's one of those things. I know who you're talking about.
I'll show you guys pictures.
Yeah, I've seen. I had
John Koviak.
Yeah.
John Koviak, and he was in a band.
He was beautiful.
What was the name of that band?
Shit, man.
I'm gonna show you some John Koviak band pictures.
I had a bunch of issues of Propaganda. I had the first one. I sold a bunch of my Propaganda issues a little while back, but
if you guys haven't you're not, one of my friends from Boston, she worked for Chanel, and her name was Tanya. She ended up getting married to a guy named Voltaire who had a goth band. He's pretty famous.
Well, he has a delightful YouTube channel called The Lair of Voltaire where he does goth homemaking. Before she was
married to him, she kind of was like friends and messed around with a dude named John Koviak, who was like a big goth scenester kid who also was in a band, but he was in Propaganda magazine a lot as a model. Yeah. And the guy who owned that magazine was kind of a gay leather type dude.
Yeah, he's a photographer.
Photographer, but he was real into fucking the goth scene and leather too.
And the fetish.
I'm gonna show you some photographs of that because that's gonna be on internet.
Like I said, I used to love Propaganda. I had a bunch of issues. Like I said, recently I sold some of them just because I needed the money. So I sold a bunch of the. I actually had the first issue. I think the first issue or like a really really early one where it was still all in black and white. Like later it went all to full color, but I had a black and white one. I was laughing at this picture made this comment.
Okay, there's John Koviak.
Yeah, I remember that picture.
All right. And that's like something out of Propaganda. That was kind of like the Nazi fetish, sexual, kind of like our version of fucking bondage. Oh, I'm going to show you. There's more.
I remember that one, a novel I wrote a long time ago that I don't think I ever published. One of the characters in it, I think the physical description I kind of based on him because I had some pictures of him that were in Propaganda. And I was kind of like, oh, that's cool. I can base a character around that guy. That's what I did.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
Chill out, spaz. All right. Yeah, there was a lot of that kind of stuff.
A lot of that kind of stuff back then. And let's see.
Yeah, I don't even they don't do propaganda anymore, do they?
No, gone. That was all.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, see, I remember all these pictures.
That was all a what do you call it? A kind of a vanity project. That magazine. I don't think he made any money, but those issues are worth a lot.
They are. Well, because he only put them out. I think quarterly. He put out. Well, yeah, he put them out quarterly.
Yeah.
At first, they were only black and white because I had a few issues that were just like the black and white issues. But then he went full color, like, you know, kind of a thick binding type of shit, and it was just all like photography. There was articles and shit in there too, but it was mostly like photography based.
That's
and fashion based.
Yeah. Let's see if I can get that.
I remember one picture of him in particular where he had kind of more of like a death hawk. I don't think it was a death hawk, but it was more like a spiky.
All the girls
like
love
Liberty
this dude.
spikes.
All the girls love this.
Yeah,
dude
that's super hot.
90s, yeah.
That's super hot. Victor said, when I was in 6th grade, I pierced my ear, but I accidentally pierced the gay side, and I've liked dudes ever since then. He looks like Martin Gore in that picture.
Yeah. That all goes back to like...
Martin Gore from Depeche Mode, and guys...
That goes back to like Death in June and all the Germanic Gothic folk stuff that was going on.
I wish I could remember what was the name of the dude that founded Propaganda? I know his name, but I can't think of it right now. My brain's too pickled. But yeah, I used to really like those the Propaganda issues because, like I said, they only came out like 4 times a year. So you'd go. I had to get them at. I used to buy them at. Well, I bought them at Atlantic Sounds in Daytona Beach, which was our little independent record store, which was owned by.
What? She's trying to go. Come on, let's go. It's dark, so now she's ready to go.
You better be good, Pokey.
Come on, you want to go outside?
Just sit on the porch or in the bushes. But yeah, we had a little record store in Daytona, which was owned by a guy named Eric that was a couple years older. And he was like super into like, you know, goth and punk and everything. And he like had a little bit of money and he opened like this little bitty record store. So we had that. We had another one called Atlantic Sounds, which had been there a long time. And it's like, so they were super into like indie shit back in the 80s. So that was where you went in Daytona.
Business says I'm not gay, but my boyfriend is.
Yeah. That's an old joke, bitch. Come on.
Yes.
But it's just kind of like, I don't know. Didn't punk start in London? I don't know, because I kind of feel like, well...
New York, probably.
I kind of feel like it was more a New York thing, and then... Because New York had CBGBs, they had the Ramones.
The Ramones, yeah.
And honestly, even before that, we're going back to, like, fucking Detroit. We had, like, fucking the Stooges and the MC5, which was kind of like proto-punk. But then New York had the Velvet Underground, which was kind of proto-goth. So, what are you gonna... I don't know. I don't even know if it started anywhere, because... I don't know. Like I said, I've heard some, like, shit from, you know, some Stooges shit that sounds kind of like some punk rock, and that was, like, fucking 60s. That was, like, late 60s. So... What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say when it started? I don't know. I don't know if I want to get into that debate, because I know there's a whole thing about like, oh, did the Americans start it or the Brits start it?
Gramthars says, I read an interview once where Mary Lynn said she dabbled in lesbianism for a few years, but eventually returned to the sausage. I'm gonna confirm
returning
that,
to the
that
sausage.
went, but no, fucking Mary Lynn was always. That's my ex-girlfriend, if you guys don't know. But fucking Mary Lynn was always kind of. She played around. Yeah. And she told me that when she went to fucking Hollywood, it's a scene, you know what I mean? Fucking shit's gonna happen. Shit might happen today around here. We don't know. You know, shit happens.
Well, that's kind of the thing.
Yeah.
You don't ever know.
You don't ever know. You might run across you're a
You
girl,
might meet somebody.
And you run across some girl and shit's gonna fucking throw down and you're...
Like I said, I'm open to that.
Yeah, fucking shit happens.
I'm just, like I said, I'm all about...
Me and Jenny have fucking been in a position where like, okay, we're gonna do this.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It happens.
It's just kind of like, well, and that's what I'm saying about, like, I think one of the things that always kind of like, that I liked about the goth scene, even from a very young age, is that it was just kind of like, no one was really, everyone's just kind of like, whatever. You just like who you like. I just like this person. I don't care what gender they are, what genitalia they have, or whatever. Yeah. It's just kind of like, I just like that person.
David's asking.
And everyone was like, all right.
Filbert says those pictures are good. Yeah, they're good. There's more of them too. All right.
Yeah.
They're online. I just showed you some of the more
just look up like
ones.
Propaganda Magazine.
David Koviak.
Yeah.
John Koviak. John Koviak. John Koviak.
Yeah.
And just look photographs, you'll see.
Or honestly, just look up Propaganda Magazine, like photos in general, because they had like a bunch of other models besides him.
David goes, Tom, recreate those pics once you get your hat. That could beat those pics, dude. And now, see, the thing is that at that time and that place for that magazine's demographic, the guys that were going to rise to the top were skinny young dudes, because the market was kind of, actually, if you looked at who was buying the magazines, were, I want to say fat, but slightly overweight female heterosexual or bisexual girls. They fucking loved that shit. That were goth. That was who was buying it. And that was probably the biggest number of them. Then there were gay goth dudes of that age, and straight fucking hottie or bisexual fucking goth chicks. We're into that shit too.
Yeah. Well, everybody loves like a scrawny goth boy.
Yeah, goth straight dudes. Like I liked Propaganda, but it was for the artistic content and all the other shit, and it was kind of like touching base with the scene of what was aesthetically the vibe for the scene at that time. It was
like a little bit of a taste maker,
right? It was kind of like the goth version of Cosmo.
But not as trashy.
Not
as
Cosmo. Trashy, but yeah.
I kind of feel like it was almost like the goth version of the New Yorker.
Yeah. It's good. That's
because Cosmo is like super trashy.
Yeah. Goth version of New Yorker.
Like 10 ways to drive him crazy in bed.
Yeah.
Every other issue.
Right.
I had a friend that read that in high school. She used to like give me those quizzes.
The good thing about what I liked about fucking Propaganda and the goth scene of that time. At that time, metal was totally mainstream and totally conformist and fucking basically fucking white trash. Okay? Goth was fucking subversive and real exclusive. Not everybody could be a goth. Not at that time.
That's why we were so snotty about it. We're still kind of snotty about it. That's okay.
And it was also designed to piss you off. I mean, that was Nazi shit. Nazi visuals.
Well, like I said, even Susie and the Banshees, and this is going back to what I was saying about punk being all about being provocative. Yeah. They wanted to wear shit that would offend you. Yeah. They wanted to cross dress. They wanted to wear like swastikas. They wanted to do something that they wanted to provoke a reaction. That didn't mean like just because Susie, for example, wore a Nazi uniform at some points or whatever, or wore a swastika, that didn't mean she was a Nazi.
She was Jewish.
Yeah, that just meant she wanted to like piss people off. Yeah, that's what they were trying to do because they thought that everyone was like.
It was to. Yeah, you weren't trying to fit in. They were subversive. It was.
They didn't want to fit in. They just wanted to fuck everyone off. Right. Like I said.
And fucking Susie wore a swastika for a while, and she was Jewish.
Yeah.
That's how much of a fuck you it was. It was a rebellion against the mainstream, and it was also a rebellion against punk rock. Because punk rock had gotten kind of trashy. They started to go more disciplined, more stylistic, more 1920s, flapper, 1930s with medieval stuff. More ethnic was part of the flavor. More traditional almost. But then mixed with fucking BDSM. It was just the times. It was meant to inflame.
But like I said, that was what I always liked about it, is that not so much, it has an identity, but it also is like kind of vast enough or flexible enough to incorporate a lot of different things into it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was always like really open-ended, open-minded. I don't so much, I'm not really into like provoking people just for the sake of it. I think that's dumb and a little juvenile.
Well, nothing as funny as that. Nothing as funny as that. Some people go, that's so ridiculous, this gay Nazi stuff. Oh, the Nazis weren't gay? The Nazis weren't gay? You don't know who Ernst Röhm and the SA were?
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
Oh, yes. They were Ernst Röhm, who was the main instrument behind the rise of the fucking German National Socialist movement, was a World War I fucking leather daddy. He was a Spartan warrior homosexual, predatory homosexual. And Hitler was one of them. All right, people have a hard time wrapping their minds around that because of the modern gestalt. He was one of them. He knew that would never accept, that mainstream Germany would ever accept that. And during the Night of the Long Knives, he betrayed Röhm and the SA and killed most of them, and sent a lot of the SA stormtroopers to prison, or sold them or made them join the German army. Because he had to choose between either the SA or the German army. He chose the German army because that was mainstream. The SA was a bunch of leather daddies. And a lot of this was slowly purged out of history because the American system doesn't want people to know that. But no. The SA was gay as shit. In a Spartan kind of way. And, that has been history up until very recently. But it's all been purged, though.
Oh, everybody's saying that when we move into our new house, we should have a big party and invite all of them.
Yeah, right. We're going to invite fucking thousands.
If you can all, fly here.
Yeah.
You got to, BYO plane
It would
ticket.
be boring, fucking. It'd be better to have you fucking meet us at Mannequins. And then we'll tear the place
they
up.
could all come here, and then we could go out to out to the... Well, not here, but, to the new house. That might be fun. Everybody can meet Pookie in person. She would freak out and hide under the bed. Who are all these people? The thing about Pookie is that it's weird because Beijing is so aloof normally. But if a new person comes to the house, she will come right up to them and she'll be like, hey, what are you about? I'm going to rub on all your stuff. Do you mind? But and then Pookie, who is super, super friendly and super, hey, I'm going to follow you everywhere. If a new person comes to the house, she's like, fuck this. And she goes and hides under the bed for hours and hours. And then finally she'll peek her little head back out and be like, are these people going to hurt me? Okay, I'll come out and maybe. And then she kind of checks it out. It's weird. It's weird that she'd be shy. I would have thought that it would have been the opposite, but it's not. Bring your own sleeping bag, fly yourself there. That's what I'm saying.
said that Lemmy from Motorhead collected a lot of Nazi memorabilia. He collected a lot of World War I memorabilia and World War II memorabilia from fucking all sides, though. Lemmy was definitely not a Nazi sympathizer. Shit, he was dating Mocha, who is a black porn star from the 90s. That was his ex-girlfriend. So Lemmy was just wild. Here's the thing about Lemmy, though. Lemmy is a lot more intelligent than people might think that he would be. He's very smart. And he fucking loved fucking World War I and World War II mechanical history. He could tell you everything about all those tanks and all those aircraft, the history behind them. He was a typical guy. He could tell you, oh, I know everybody who designed this and that, how fast it went, and fucking...
Can't remember my girlfriend's birthday, but I remember all the World War II plane specs.
Yeah, all the World War II planes,
Ask
World
me
War I
about
planes. Fucking, he could tell you all that. And Lemmy loved tanks. He was big into armor stuff. He'd have been probably a good soldier if he wasn't so wrapped up in rock and roll and drugs and shit. But he understood it. He was a good dude. It's bad that he died, but we all go. And I'll tell you this. Lemmy left behind a very solid musical fucking catalog. He will always be remembered. He was a good dude.
Well, that's the thing about him is that
he never declined, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad that he died, obviously. Just like, it's sad that David Bowie died. It's sad, but, we can still, like, listen to their shit. Yeah. And they made an impact on the world, like, on millions of people. So that's more than most people can say. Just saying. Yeah. Bee's Nest says, my cat, someone just knocks on the door, my cat starts running and hiding. Pookie kind of does that, too. If the doorbell rings, like if Amazon brings a package or something, she flips out and hides under the bed. She doesn't even like the garbage truck going by. The garbage truck goes by, and she's just like, and she runs and hides.
Bee's Nest said Lemmy was in some Trauma movies. Yeah, I'm sure he probably was.
Trauma made so many movies. Yeah. You really need to see more of those. Yeah. You would probably like Romeo and Juliet.
Every one I've seen I've liked.
Or Monstered. Yeah. I kept seeing that one. I kept seeing that one in Blockbuster, and I'm like, should I? No. I can't do poop.
I was talking shit the other day about fucking the movie that we saw. What's that last one we saw about the fucking about the monster? The last one we saw this week. We saw it this week.
At the theater? Or...
Yeah, at the theater.
What, Malignant?
Malignant, yeah.
Okay.
I was talking shit about Malignant. I said Malignant was kind of like something out of fucking... man, I'm fucking drunk. I can't remember. What is...
I don't know.
Asylum. It's kind of like something out of Asylum Pictures. But there's a couple of silent movies that I've seen. I fucking really enjoyed them. Fucking Nazis at
the center of the Earth.
Nazis at the Center of the Earth. Fucking with fucking Busey, with fucking Junior Busey. That shit there was fucking Baby Busey. Yeah.
That was pretty fantastic.
That was a masterpiece. I got it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, we have it.
Nazis at the Center of the Earth. It holds up. It holds up to fucking German to German science fiction from the early 1900s and everything. It exactly everything about it is fucking correct in many ways. That movie was a fucking trip.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like just because you say something's like low budget or trash or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that. Because look at, for example, Velocipaster.
But yeah, they wrote the shit out of that movie.
I mean, somebody that knew what they were talking about.
They knew exactly what they were talking about.
Wrote that movie.
Yep. About the Hollow Earth and fucking the Vril and the fucking Hanniboo, the Hanniboo flying saucers, and fucking the whole undead angle. No, they didn't have that, but fucking adding it was all right.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's okay.
Yeah. DJ Maniac says Malignant. I'm gonna sign off now. And yeah, Victor said Malignant sucked. It was I
liked Malignant.
I get it.
Check out.
Like, I'm not all that invested in it. I get why a lot of people didn't like it. I enjoyed it, but I can see how you would hate it. I can see how people would hate it because
we did a whole show on it.
Yeah, we did.
We explained it.
It wasn't it wasn't anything like the trailer.
No.
And it was like ridiculous and over the top. And like I said, I can see what he was going for.
He achieved what he wanted.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just gonna go full on fucking ridiculous
full
camp.
On fucking audacious.
I'm gonna do some Brian De Palma shit.
It was a throwback movie in a certain way, and then there was like a lot of deception in it. He's like, he starts off with it's like a fucking movie from Asylum. It almost looks like video game cutscenes in it. And then it gets kind of serious, like something out of fucking the Conjuring series.
Well, yeah, like.
And then he goes, "Nope, that's not what kind of movie this is. This is an action movie."
Bitches, like, we're gonna get as ridiculous. It's an
action movie. Yeah.
But honestly, I was kind of like, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I wasn't expecting that. But you have to understand what Hollywood's problems. All right. There's other channels that will cover it. They'll have Hollywood insiders who understand the fucking studio system and the market and all this pandemic and this fucking civil war that's brewing and everything. The fucking industry is fucking broken. Okay? They can't get people to come into these fucking movie theaters in enough numbers to really justify their existence. Everybody's streaming now. I have the AMC service, right, where we can go watch movies, fucking 3 of them a weekend, all right, for $20, all right, or 3 of, And that's a lot of movies per month.
Yeah,
it's actually a pretty good deal.
12 movies a month for $23. I think it ends up.
But here's the weird thing. There's also an additional bonus. There's a bonus feature that some of these movies you can stream to your house. So what the fuck do you need to go to the theater for? Eventually they're going to close those AMC theaters down and it's just going to be another app.
Although, hey, I still get free sodas and popcorn.
You get sometimes, yeah.
I still got some free popcorn coming because it's my birthday month.
That business model is in transition. It's not going to work. Now, I enjoy getting out of the house and going down there and hanging out. As long as it's kind of dead in there. I don't want to be in a fucking theater full of a bunch of motherfuckers talking and farting and fucking leaving their messes behind and chewing shit. You know, nobody else does. I'd rather watch these movies fucking drinking and going, hold on, pause it, I'm going to take a piss, be back in a minute. That's a lot better, okay? But there is something kind of nostalgic about going to a theater and sitting and watching it. There is. And driving there. There's a certain amount of ritual to it.
Well, I kind of like it
because... That's our generation, though.
I kind of like it because I can turn my phone off.
Yeah.
I don't have to check my email for 2 hours.
It's like you're doing something.
Which is nice.
The thing is that younger generations don't see it that way. They're like, why do I have to be here to see this? I'd rather watch this on my phone. It's really how they...
Well, the thing about it, and this is what they did with Malignant, was that it came out in the theater, but then they released it simultaneously to HBO Max. So if you wanted to stream it at home, you could also pay and stream it at home, or you could go see it in the theater. So I kind of like that they're giving people both options. Like, you don't have to go to the theater to see it. You know, you can pay to see it in your house, some people will choose to do.
There's a couple things going on here. Their business model is not a business model that will fucking ensure long-term success in a tumultuous world that you're having right now. A world of polarity and division, a world where the internet is dominating, a world in where fucking live streaming is beating things, in a world where video games beat Hollywood consistently. Most of their audience has left, and they're pissed, and they're almost kind of like a fucking jealous, psychopathic ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend. You left me, you motherfucker. And a lot of the shit that they're doing on these movies is kind of crazy. And this movie is kind of like exemplifies that. They're desperate. Everything's already been done. So they have to start playing these weird-ass games to at least get you to remember the fucking movie. So it is a shit show. You people are going, man, that movie was a shit show. Yeah, it is a shit show. Hollywood is a fucking shit show. The theater system is a shit show. The whole fucking studio system is a big ass shit show. Those fucking celebrities, those actors and actresses are a fucking shit show. Look at how they act on Twitter. My recommendation is to enjoy this shit. Sit there and watch these motherfuckers do this shit. It is kind of hilarious.
Or don't and find something better to do.
But this is the tail end of an older American culture that is reaching obsolescence.
That's okay.
It's okay. It's fine. But it's just funny watching this shit flail around. Was Malignant good? No. Was it entertaining? Yeah, I liked it.
I was entertained.
I was entertained. I understood the message that it was trying to give me. It was kind of a throwback.
Because I like that it went just like, what the fuck? And they're just like, crazy. Whatever. And I was just kind of like, all right, I respect your decision.
So at least I remember that one.
Yeah.
Jenny and I went for like a couple of years watching this shit. Was it a year or 2 years that we did the fucking...
Probably 2 years.
Close to 2 years.
Because we started out doing matinee like at the theaters. Remember that?
Yeah. The vast majority of those movies were forgettable as fuck.
Yeah, even though like a lot of times we enjoyed it at the time, but if you know, and I remember seeing them, but I couldn't tell you like what most of them were about.
Most of them are just forgettable. They make lots and lots and lots of garbage.
Like I said, just make the shit crazy.
Yeah. So might as well just be crazy with the shit so you remember it.
At least I'll remember it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's much better to make something that is like horrifyingly bad than to make something that is like good but mediocre.
Well, they're in a conundrum.
Because I see a lot of movies that are like pretty good.
Yeah.
But then like a year or two down the line, I'll be like, what was that movie about? I saw that, right? Yeah, I remember it was good, but it didn't like stay with you.
Yeah, like those Marvel movies. At the time, you're like, yeah, it was okay, but then you can't remember a fucking word.
That's what I mean. I can't remember anything that happened in them.
But Shazam, I remembered. Venom, I remembered because they were unusual.
Yeah, you have to do something like different. You have to do something different, like to get people to remember it.
So,
and like I said, if you don't really have the wherewithal to make it like super, it's like so awesome that like nobody could forget it, which that's rare. Come on, then just make it like so ridiculous that everyone's just gonna like be like, "What the fuck did I just watch?"
Yeah,
that's more entertaining to me.
They're DJ Maniac's going, "Holy shit, was that a shit show?" You're gonna like our review. Maniac. It was a shit show.
I mean, to be honest, other day on Tubi, I watched a riff tracks of a movie called, what the fuck was the name of that? God Monster of Indian Flats. It was about a sheep monster. Kind of. It was a mutant sheep, but I kind of felt like it needed more mutant sheep. Because I felt like most of it was just about a bunch of characters that I couldn't decide if they were actually cosplaying, like being in the Old West, or if it was flashbacks to the Old West. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on.
Hugo saw him in Malignant for a second time and he liked it even more. I was thinking that too. I was thinking that if I saw it again,
I feel like this might benefit from a second viewing. We'll see. Well, like I said, there's some other shit coming out I want to see. Like Antlers is coming out finally, like in October. I'm very excited about that. Love the Wendigo movies, and it's Guillermo del Toro is involved. So I've been waiting like a year and a half to see that shit. And I'm also very excited about, what's that one called? Last Night in Soho? That looked super weird.
I also want to see Venom 2.
And Venom 2 is coming out.
Philbrant says, I can't wait for COVID to lay low so I can get myself to New York City for party weekend. No, just do what you're going to do. COVID's never going to end. That's not part of the plan. Fucking, if you look at the World Economic Forum and fucking the guys that are involved who are pushing this through their fucking latkes that have taken over certain government positions in the Western world, the idea is to collapse capitalism and bring in the new Green Deal. It's not going to end. So best thing to do is just ignore it. It'll only end when you ignore it. Stop. Just disobey. Don't worry about that shit. It will last forever. Jane's looking at me like, oh, what are you talking about? Man, when this shit started, it was 2 weeks to save the curve, this and that. It's nearly 2 years on, and they're still playing this fucking game. And there's not enough people dying to worry me. I mean, I'm going to die anyway. I don't give a shit. This is not a fucking real pandemic.
Don't start, Tom.
Dead are piling up. Dead are piling up at the end of the damn time.
Don't start.
They're piling up at the end of the damn street. And fucking, it's making mortality rates go up, and you can fucking see. It is not what you think it is.
It's your show now.
It is my show. Go ahead and go to the bathroom. It is not what it is. It's not what they say it is. If I've seen Prisoners of Ghostland, I don't know that one. I didn't see that one. Exactly, an engineered collapse. Exactly. It's a depopulation program. Yeah. Yeah, you can intubate people and it probably kills them. Yeah. It's just not enough of them to make a difference. People are born all the time. You can just absorb casualties forever. Yeah. If you look at the average age of the dead, it's 72. Now when you start giving fucking bunch of fucking this, giving that, then they'll die. And then they'll say, well, we got to do more of it. It's inventing a pandemic.
Are you done being smarter than everyone else
in the world? I'm smarter than everybody else, yep.
Okay.
The smarter they think they are, the dumber they are.
So you must be the dumbest person ever because you think you're smarter than everyone.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, use this.
Give me another drink.
Don't tell me what to do.
You're going to do it anyway.
All right.
Please don't listen to him, honestly. Oh my God. I was just kind of like, nope, go to the bathroom, bye. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, well, I got vaccinated, but, some people won't. Anyway. Yeah, okay. So, like I said, we did a review about Malignant, which we saw on, when did we see it? Monday afternoon. And I know that it's in the horror community, it seems like, at least from my kind of survey of all the channels that I subscribe to, seems like a little divisive, and I get that. But, like I said, at least... And I'm not, like I said, I'm not a big James Wan stan. I'm not kind of like... I liked The Conjuring. It was fine. The Conjuring universe movies are fine. They're just kind of... I don't get, like, all the... You know, I don't get all the James Wan dick sucking. I don't really... You know what I mean? I don't get all of that because the movies are, like, fine. They're, like, better than some of the other ones in the genre, but I've seen better and worse ones than that. So it's just kind of like... I kind of thought, like, from the trailer, that this was going to be another one like that. So the fact that he just went, like, fuck it, I'm just going, like, full on, it's just going to be, like, weird, cheesy. I was just kind of like, all right. I like that. I like that you did that. So, you know what I mean? So I was kind of, like, conflicted about it.
What movie you talking about?
The one we just saw, Malignant.
Mm.
Like I said, we already
like it.
We already did a review of it, so I don't really want to, like, rehash it, but I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that as, like, I'm just some big James Wan fan, because I'm not. I don't hate his movies, I don't love his movies. I like The Conjuring, but honestly, if you ask me, like, what are my favorite horror movies of the last 20 years, I don't know if The Conjuring would be on there. It's good, but it wasn't, like, super good. It wasn't, like, super memorable to me. It was just, like, pretty good. It was just one of those, like, oh, that was pretty good. That was entertaining. But I didn't, like, remember much about it. And I rewatched it again, like, a little bit later on. I could see it's, like, higher production value, but I see a lot of movies like that. Well, in a way, I sound like I'm complaining, but in a way that's probably a good thing because even mediocre movies nowadays... I mean, the production value on them is so good because the technology is so much cheaper nowadays that, like, even somebody with not a lot of money can make a pretty decent movie that's, like, pretty entertaining for not a lot of money. And I think that's a good thing. But, you know, am I going to remember that a year or two from now? Probably not. But Malignant I probably will remember because that was some crazy fucking shit. Although not as crazy as some people because, like I said, I didn't want to say that because I kind of feel like it was a spoiler. But was this, you guys, if you saw it, you probably know what I'm talking about. Was this not almost the same plot as a certain Stephen King novel that was made into a movie with, I think, Timothy Hutton in it? Was that, like, that was a pretty similar plot, right? Am I remembering that wrong? And there was also, like, a certain 80s movie directed by a certain person who may or may not have also directed Frankenhooker. That was kind of not exactly the same plot, but similar premise. Not the same plot, but the similar premise. I'm just saying. So it's not, like, a totally original, but I did like that he kind of went, like, fucking balls to the wall with it. Everybody's timing each other out. What's going on? Oh, you're doing that.
Yeah, I'm timing them out.
Why are you doing it?
Because I can.
Why though?
Just because.
Because somebody hurt your feelings?
No.
Why though?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Talking about science and shit and fucking, I don't want to hear about science.
Oh, you don't want to hear about science because you don't believe in science?
No, science is whatever people say it is.
No, that's not how that works.
Nah.
That's not how that works.
You can lie about science all day long.
That's not how that works, though.
That's what I think.
No one cares what you think, though, because...
I don't care. Neither do I.
Well, that's good, because nobody cares what you think.
Science is now an opinion.
It's not, though.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah. I don't think it is either.
Words still mean things.
No, you can change the definition of words.
Okay, well, just argue with me.
They're just doing whatever they want to do.
Okay.
They do whatever they want to do. They tell you whatever they want you to think. I would never trust any of these motherfuckers. None of them.
Okay, whatever. Okay, Beowulf says, Tom and Jenny, what?
Anyone who is in authority has lied their way into an authority.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking, what films would you want to be remade? Honestly, I've always been of the opinion, if they made a movie really good the first time, don't remake it. If they made a movie that was a good idea, but they didn't have the budget or the talent to pull that shit off the first time, then that's ripe for the picking. So I would like to see, honestly, I know this is so weird, this is kind of out there. Honestly, I would like to see somebody do a fairly decent budgeted version of Manos, The Hands of Fate. Because, one, that was a good idea for a horror movie. Two, the dude that made it was a fertilizer salesman and made it for like $30. Couldn't even do sync sound or anything. I know that movie is like a cult classic because it's so fucking bizarre. But I think there's a kernel of a good story in there. I think you could make a good movie out of that. I kind of feel like there's more justification for making a remake of something like that than doing a remake of like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which was a good movie the first time, so why do we need to make it again? And it's not going to be as good. Because honestly, remember back in the early 2000s, like late 90s, early 2000s, they were remaking all of the 70s and 80s horror movies. They made fucking Nightmare on Elm Street. They remade Friday the 13th. They remade pretty much everything from back in the day. And some of them were okay. Like, some of them were decent. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake was fine. It was fine. But it wasn't as good as the original. It just didn't capture the same kind of shit. It was just like a generic horror movie, so why bother? I mean, I know why they bothered, because, you know, the intellectual property had... everybody knew that name, so it's just kind of like, yeah, we're going to do that. But it's just kind of like, you're not going to do it any better. You're not going to do anything different. It's not going to... Just make a new thing that's sort of like that if you're going to go that route. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I kind of feel like it's better to take something that is sort of like a cult classic from back then, but wasn't really that great, or they didn't have a lot of money to realize the vision. Now we have more money, now we have more technology, and we could remake it in a way that, you know... Well, we were talking about this when we were reviewing Man Who Fell to Earth, which, you know, is going up on... Well, if you're a patron, it'll go up tomorrow morning, but if you're not, it'll go up Friday morning. And we reviewed that, and I was like, that was an awesome movie in some ways, but I kind of feel like in a lot of ways that's one that could kind of like be remade with nowadays technology and tighter edit, more narrative structure, and that actually might be really good. That actually might be really good as a series, to be honest with you, based on the original novel. But, you know, shit like that. Shit that I think was like more like missed potential. Don't take something good that was good the first time, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or Friday the 13th, or Carrie, or something like that, and like try to remake that for a new, younger audience. It's not going to work out. It's not going to work out. Thank you, Mango. Drunk, he says, yeah. Why are you blocking everybody?
I'm just playing. Not blocking people.
Yeah, you are.
Timing out.
I see it.
Timing out.
Message deleted by Tom 13 o'clock.
Yeah, I timed out. Timed it out.
Why are you doing that?
Just because. Says, I don't care if you time me out. I'm not a patron anyway. So I went, beep. I said, okay, see? I don't care.
Why are you being such a douche? You're really being a douche tonight. What's your problem? You on the rag or something? You on your testosterone rag?
Let me get another drink. Hold on.
Yeah, go get another drink.
Man, shut up. Shut up, bitch.
Thank you, David. Interesting. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I'm not averse to remakes. I'm not what it's like. I I don't know. I'm an open-minded horror fan. I like all genres. I like all eras. If it's a good movie, it's all good. I'm not averse to remakes. Just, just saying, oh, it's a remake. Oh, I'm not gonna watch it. If it's good, fine. But a lot of movies I don't think need to be remade because they did them all right the first time. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. I will say, like, I was one of the big, naysayers about when they were talking about, oh, we're going to remake Suspiria. Because I was kind of like, bitch, why would you remake Suspiria? Because I'm just kind of like, one, that movie has, like, such a distinctive style. And it's like, if you remade it the same way, it would be derivative. But if you made it different, it would be like, what's the point? So I was kind of like, I don't understand what the point of that would be. But then when they did the remake in 2018 or whenever that was, and I was kind of like, they went a different direction with it, but kind of the same story. And I was kind of like, oh, okay. So that could be done. I don't think they necessarily had to call it Suspiria because it was sort of the same story, but it wasn't exactly the same. So they could have probably just called it something else. And they just said it was like an homage to that. And, but I wasn't mad about it. You know what I mean? Because I thought that was a good movie in its own right. Even though it wasn't, I don't know. Like I said, that's kind of an example I bring up a lot because Suspiria is a movie that is so tied to its era and it's so tied to its visual aspect that to remake it to me seemed strange because most of the reason that people like it is because of how it looks and the direction. And if you don't have that, then it's not going to be the same. You know what I mean?
Yes, so, Candyman was disappointing.
It was all right. I mean, I liked a lot of things about it. I wish it had been gorier. Like, I wish, you know what I mean? I wish the kills would have been more on screen.
It was a cheap cash grab, if you ask me.
And I think it could have been... I think, like, some of the characters that were killed could have been integrated better into the storyline, rather than just being, like, random-ass
There were a bunch of good ideas,
people.
but it didn't gel.
And, I mean, well, Filbert's saying that it's like they did Candyman again. It wasn't a remake. It was a sequel.
Yeah, a sequel.
So...
It's just, look...
And honestly, this is actually the third Candyman sequel, because they did a second one, which was okay. I remember that being pretty good. The third one I hadn't seen, but everyone told me it sucked, so I didn't bother watching it. So this is basically like the third one, but they're acting like the other two didn't happen.
Look, we went to the movies for fucking 2 years straight on that A list, okay? There's a pattern, and the pattern is getting stronger and stronger. There's only going to be maybe about 10 really good movies a year. All right. The rest of them will be forgettable.
But I kind of feel like okay, it's always been like that. But
the problem is that when you have so many okay movies, that fucking studio system cannot make enough money to continue to run at the profit margins that they want, because they just can't compete with streaming services and Netflix, and the demographics have changed. It's younger audience now, and they didn't grow up with a theater culture. They grew up with a cell phone culture. It's a dying fucking genre.
Well, people are just they're not tied to the idea of we have to go to a place and watch a movie. You can just watch whatever movie you want whenever you want.
You just follow the money.
Which is not something we grew up with.
Yeah,
that was,
just look at the money. When the video gaming scene beats the Hollywood scene by many times over, that's just telling you something. All right. And some people will be like, well, wait a minute, movies, that's a big part of our culture. Well, a big part of Western culture used to be epic poems. You don't have motherfuckers reading poems anymore.
Well, movies are still a part of the culture. It's just that people aren't seeing them in the same format.
You don't have fucking musicals and big fucking orchestras doing fucking operas anymore. I mean, you did in the early 1900s, but that shit was retro back then. Movies are gonna go that same way. They'll be around. I don't think they'll be shown in theaters. And
well, like I said, there's still movies, and that's still a big part of the culture, and there's still series that's part of the culture. It's just people are... The only thing that's different is the way that people are consuming them.
Right.
Phil says, I'm just waiting for them to remake Amityville Horror. Spoiler alert, they did.
Yeah, they made it.
They remade it in 2000... When was that? 2006? 2008? Was Ryan Reynolds in that? Why do I want to say Ryan Reynolds was in that? Yeah, they remade it. And actually the remake, I saw the remake and it was... Oh, Jesus.
It's just too hot, man.
You trying to get attention?
No, it's too hot for this fucking hair.
Oh, no one's paying enough attention to Tom, so he has to take his shirt
off. Go ahead. Shut up, bitch. It's just... Go ahead.
Everybody says they did Candyman again. It's not a remake. It's a sequel.
It's not a remake.
It was a sequel. I'm just saying it was a sequel. It wasn't a remake. But yeah, they did remake Amityville Horror. But I can't remember when it was. I feel like it was like the mid 2000s. The mid to late 2000s. Please, somebody correct me. I thought Ryan Reynolds was in it, but I may be like confusing him with somebody that looks like him because all those kind of white dudes look the same. So no, they do. So I was just kind of like, it might have been him. He might have been playing like the fucking the crazy person role, but I saw it. It was all right. It didn't. I don't know. That's the thing. It didn't like give me the same vibe that the original did, but that might have been just because I grew up in the 70s, and so like I have like an attachment to it because that movie scared the crap out of me when I was a little kid. But you know what I mean. But they did remake it. I'm just saying. Now, one review that I did, and it's gonna go up next. What am I thinking? Not this Saturday. Is it this Saturday? Or next Saturday? I can't remember. But I did a review of like The Haunting from 1963, which is one of my favorite movies ever. Now, I will say they remade that in 1999, and I saw that in the theater, and that shit was a war crime. I mean, if any of y'all have read the original Shirley Jackson novel and you saw the original movie from 1963 and then you watched the 1999 remake, what the fuck were those people like? What happened there? Because the whole point of the book and the original movie was that we're leaving it ambiguous mostly whether this haunting, it's like the haunting is real, but it's like we're not sure how much of it is attributable to this woman that's being like her mental illness and all this. So we're leaving it ambiguous, and it's like much better that way. The 1999 one was a giant CGI like wank fest, and it was the fucking worst. I went to saw it in the theater, and I was kind of like, I'm sitting there watching it being like, could this be the stupidest thing that I've ever seen? Maybe. I was so mad. And I think I said this in the review. I was kind of like, when I saw this in the theater, I was like, this might have been the first time that I actually want to walk out of the theater. The second time was probably like the Rob Zombie remake of Halloween, because that really made me mad. That was the second time that a remake really made me mad, because Rob Zombie... Oh, we're going to give, like, Michael Myers a backstory where he was an abused child. Fuck off. Please don't do that. Don't do that. Don't you know anything? Christ. What was scary about Michael Myers? No one knew anything about him. He's mysterious. That's what's scary. Don't, like, make me sympathize. Don't make him like a little kid that was beaten up by his mom. And, oh, we feel bad about it now? Why are you doing that? Don't you... Rob Zombie, of all people, should know better. Why aren't you wearing a shirt?
No, got hot.
Why is your hair all, like, fuck? Why do you have like a thing of hair like
I don't know,
forehead?
man. I can't control this shit anymore, man. Where's the brush? No, fuck it. I'm just gonna let it be like it is. What, Poop? What? You wanna go out?
I thought she was out already.
She came back in. You come back in? Yeah, I let her back in. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, Hugo says the original Haunting is great. The original Haunting is easily one of my favorite horror movies ever. And the reason that it's one of my favorite horror movies ever is because it doesn't hardly show anything. It leaves most of the shit to the imagination, which to me is like much scarier. You know, that can go too far in the other direction where they don't show enough and you're just kind of like, okay, well, nothing's happening and I'm like not scared. But I think this like struck a good balance and I think it was like a good adaptation of the novel. When they remade it in 1999, and it had like big stars and it had like fucking Liam Neeson was in it. Owen Wilson was in it. Catherine Zeta-Jones was in it. Who's that? Lily Taylor was in it. Yeah. So they were the ones, and it's like they changed the premise a little bit. So they come to the house, like the set design was nice, but they changed the whole motivation for them being there, which I don't know why they did that. But they made everything super, like, CGI obvious. Like, it's like, oh, we're going to have this curtain billow out into a face and, like, talk to you and shit. I'm like, really? Are we really doing that? Because I kind of feel like the whole point of, I don't know, the whole point of the original story was that it was, like, subtle shit. It was subtle. And, like, the 90s one. See, this is why I don't like a lot of the horror that came out in the 90s. It didn't appreciate subtlety. Everything was like, had to be very obvious, very out front. We're going to make everything look like shitty CGI monsters and CGI silhouettes coming out of the wall talking to you. And it's like, I just can't. I just can't with that. I just can't with that. Yeah, Phil said like the bending of the door scene. And I love in the original Haunting that was really the only physical manifestation that you saw was this door kind of like breathing, going in and out like that. A very simple effect. And honestly, most of it was like sound design and cinematography. And I thought that was fucking great. Great. Nobody watched the tape right now where Tom's going to walk through your screen and off you. Oh, you put your shirt back on?
Yeah.
And you took your wig off.
Took my wig off. Got hot.
What were you thinking? You thought you were like gonna go back to like nature or something? Or whatever it was you were doing? Hugo says, that's why I'm afraid of what Rob Zombie might do with the Munsters remake. That's why I'm really ambivalent. Look, I love Rob Zombie, okay? But, man, when he remade Halloween, I was excited before it came out. And then I went to see it and I'm like, Rob Zombie, I thought you were a horror fan. I thought you understood. And it just, that's why that made me really mad, because I thought that somebody that was that into horror, which he is, would understand that you don't demystify your monster. You don't demystify your villain like that. It makes them less scary. It makes them less menacing. I mean, duh. So the fact that he didn't know that, and he made a whole movie about, oh, look, Michael Myers was this kid and he was abused by, you know, my girlfriend that I put in every fucking movie. I'm not complaining. She's cute and everything, but he does put her in every movie. And Hugo says, that's why I'm afraid of it. Yeah, I'm afraid of that too. We'll see. But I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Phil says they don't leave anything to the imagination anymore. Yeah. Well, I will say, as a horror writer myself, it's a hard balance to strike. You have to leave enough to the imagination that people are still invested because they're like, ooh, what's going on? This is mysterious. You have to leave enough mystery to get people interested. But you can't leave it too ambiguous or people will just be like pissed off, like, I don't even know what was going on. That didn't mean anything, blah, blah, blah. So it's like a really hard line to walk. So I get it. I'm not going to like shit on horror filmmakers that come down too much on one side or the other because it's a hard, it's a hard balance to strike. I'm not saying that. I'm a horror writer myself, I know. But like I said, one of the things that I feel like is really in horror, I feel like the unknown is the scariest. You can't leave it unknown forever, but you do have to like leave it ambiguous enough for a long enough time that people are intrigued and people are scared by it because they don't exactly know what it is. But you can't leave it so vague that people are like, I don't even know what the fuck is going on and I don't care, click, and they turn it off. So I get it's a hard balance to strike. I'm not hating. I don't know if I could do any better, to be honest with you. Don't know. Because somebody who asked me. Somebody asked me, like, Jen, you should write a movie. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be good at it. I write a lot of horror stories, but I don't know. I don't know how great they are. I write shit that I like. I don't know if other people would like it or not. So I don't know how good that would be. But horror is hard to do. I kind of feel like horror and comedy are like the two hardest things. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, even though I kind of feel like a lot of people think horror is easy because, it's like, we're going to do it because it's like cheap. We can just do some cheap jack zombie movie or like Ouija shark or something like that. We'll do some shit with like some stupid special effects. But if you want to do like effective horror or effective comedy, I think those two things are equally hard to do because they're both essentially two sides of the same coin. They're all build up, release. You know what I mean? And you have to like know, you have to be really good at like the timing of that stuff to get it right. And if you don't get it right, it's going to fail miserably. And, what's the matter?
Nothing.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
Oh. Are you sighing at me?
No.
Okay.
No. Not at all.
David June says, you can always tell when Tom gets drunk, he starts rubbing on his neck and looking around.
Yeah,
in about 10 minutes.
Signs. Jenny doesn't know the signs.
Yeah, I do.
You know the signs.
Well, you always look bored when I'm talking.
No, not at all.
So it's kind of like...
I'm just listening to this, and you're going, talking about movies, and like I said, you just have to look at the fucking past few years of how everything's are going and how things are trending. The future is not movies. The future is video games or series. That's really where it's at.
But like I said, nobody said, like, movies are still a thing. It's just kind of like series are just like longer movies.
I'm not even sure if movies are a thing. Some movies are a thing. But, the information that I'm getting by watching people who actually are in the industry, I don't think movies are a thing. They're not making money. A lot of times the producers are somebody that's fronted the movie in kind of like a vanity project through a studio. They kind of make the movie they want the way they want to do it. They'll even fucking tell the people who've written the script and the directors, no, I don't like that, do it this way. The movie comes out, it doesn't really recoup. But the person that made it doesn't care because they already had a shit ton of money anyway. And I think it might have something to do with money laundering. They have to spend a certain amount of money because they made money somewhere else. We're talking about the producer. So I'm not sure how legit most movies are financially. We're talking artistically. Most of them are mediocre, and we know that. They've been mediocre for decades, most of them. Movies were actually the thing that was around before television. Television came out and fucking really hurt them. But because they had bigger budgets and bigger production all the way up to the 70s and the 80s, movies tended to look better than television. And we know that. I mean, look at some of those television series. Battlestar Galactica was supposed to be, competing for Star Wars. And when you looked at it, it kind of wasn't able to do that. But now, because of technology, a fucking television series or a Netflix series can't beat a movie and actually do a lot deeper storytelling.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm just like, when you say movies, I'm kind of like integrating. To be honest, movies and TV series are the same medium to me because it's still film, it's still filmmaking. So you're still telling a story in a long form visual format. So I don't think that's going anywhere. I'm just saying that I think it will be more integrated with other media. That's one thing that will happen.
When you say movie to me, I'm thinking in theater, 90
no,
minutes.
No, that's
90
not.
minutes. That's what I'm thinking a movie is.
No, that's not what I'm thinking.
Anything else is fucking just...
It doesn't have anything to do with like a theater showing.
Okay.
To me, movies and series are kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
Series are just like a longer movie.
Okay. All right, then that maybe clarifies.
Like I said, it's...
Because you're going on about
to
movies,
me,
and I'm thinking about in the theater, 90 minutes. It's hard to fucking
yeah, but
do
that's
that.
not what I'm talking about.
And
I'm talking about filmmaking just as a general multimedia. The same thing. And like I said, movies and TV series to me are kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's visual storytelling.
Now, I guess. But it wasn't.
No, I know that, but that's how I think of it.
Right.
From a creative point of view, that's how I see things.
When you say movie, I'm thinking of Jaws, Poltergeist, shit like that. When you say...
Well, that's because you're an old person.
Yeah, right. When you think of fucking television, you're thinking of what? Knight Rider or some bullshit like that.
I'm not,
Battlestar Galactica.
But you're an old person. So.
Yeah, but but the thing is that none of that's really happening anymore. There is no TV.
I know. That's why I don't think of things like that anymore.
So you're talking about a series, like a Netflix series, which I think that's more the future.
But like I said, to me, that just like is like a long movie.
Yeah, I guess so. Visual
because it's the same thing. It's just longer.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't really see it that way. I was kind of fucking raised to think of a movie as something you pay tickets for.
To be honest, like I said, I'm seeing things from an artistic standpoint, from a writer's standpoint, from visual storytelling. It's all visual storytelling. It doesn't really matter how long it is. So whether it's a movie or whether it's a series, that's kind of the same thing.
I think the Hollywood movie...
A series is just longer.
I think the Hollywood movie format in theater is going. I think that's going out. I don't think that's...
It may be, but like I said, as long as people are still making visual media for people to watch, then that's movie making still. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't care if they're showing it in theaters or not.
Okay.
Like I said, it's the fact that they're showing in theaters now that everybody has streaming.
Yeah.
It's really not a relevant discussion anymore. Okay. I like seeing things in theaters. To me, it's not. That doesn't like define the medium though. Yeah, because Phil says, I think that movies are on their way out thanks to Netflix and Prime services.
Thank you.
But like I said, Netflix and Prime are making their own movies, though, and making their own series. And so, like I said, if you're talking about movies as in we're opening it has to be theater only.
Yeah.
But I don't see things like that because even movies that played in the theater back in the day would eventually play on TV. Yeah. Or eventually. So I just see things as like, is that a visual medium?
There's over 100
like
years.
A series or like a movie that's going to play on like TV or cable or whatever it is. It doesn't have to play in a theater because a lot of movies didn't play in a theater. They came out straight to video.
There's over 100 years of fucking cinema and cinematic history it was done in a theater with a projector, and it was fucking about 90 minutes, and it was a story that was wrapped up pretty quickly. It wasn't a series. You could have a trilogy like Star Wars or other things, you know what I mean? You have something like Jaws 1, 2, and 3, you know, that kind of crap. If you want to say that that's a fucking series with fucking continuity, and I don't really think it is. But to me...
Good Lord, Jaws 3.
Yeah. But to me... A movie was a self-contained story in about 90 minutes to 2 hours that you sat in a theater and watched. A series, like, say, Walking Dead, no, not really a movie. That's a series. Now, is it cinematic? I think it's better than a movie, actually.
But that's what I'm saying. It's all, like, to me, that's all visual.
Yeah.
It's all a visual media.
I understand that, but...
So, to me, it doesn't... There's no distinction for me between a movie
to me, there's a distinction.
And a series. There's no distinction.
To me, there's a distinction because you're not going to really see Walking Dead in a theater. You'd be in there for fucking ever, or you'd have to go over and over again. I'm just saying that theater format is not going to survive.
Right, but what I'm saying...
Now, will the theater survive? It might.
Maybe. Okay. But I'm just saying that the fact that you could watch a movie in a theater, that doesn't have anything to do with the product itself. Because you could watch that product in your house, obviously.
Yeah.
So the fact that you're seeing it in the theater or seeing it in your house, that to me is immaterial.
Right.
That doesn't have anything to do with like the work of art itself.
Well, we're just going to differ on it. That's all. I think that the theater was a different experience because it started... In a
large way it is, although lesser nowadays because most people have pretty good setups in their own house.
Movies started before televisions. People couldn't see it in their fucking home. How it started was live performances on stage. That goes all the way back to the 1400s.
Right. Everybody knows that.
Actually, they had that shit back in Rome. Fucking all the way going back to fucking Greece. All right. Which is live theater. Really, there wasn't any difference between a movie and live theater. It's just that fucking in the movie it's projected on a fucking screen, and you could have special effects eventually and a fucking soundtrack and audio track. It was kind of a more of an immersive fucking thing. But it was still that same kind of like a 90-minute, 2-hour format that you had all the way going back to ancient Greece. A series is a lot longer, a lot more fucking ambitious, and they just didn't have the technology. It's almost like it's a different venue. I'm just going to say, to me, it's a different venue because the writing of the story is not as encapsulated. It's not as limited to that 90-minute format of you sitting there in the theater.
To me, it's
listening to that shit.
Honestly, as a writer, the only difference is the difference between a series is like a novel and a movie is like a short story.
Kinda.
That's the only difference.
Right.
So it's not really a difference.
So were plays.
But it's not a difference in kind. It's the same thing. It's just like...
A movie was a play.
Right, but it's not... It's really not that different to me. Okay. It's just not that different. Sorry. I just don't see it that differently.
A series is a lot more like a novel.
Well, yeah. I know that. But I'm just saying that in that way, a movie is like a short story. I don't see those two things as different things. You know what I mean?
All right.
It's just a slightly different approach, but not really.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
Geriatric Punk says Jaws the Revenge is even worse. Oh my god. Yeah. I saw Jaws the Revenge in the theater. That's the one with Michael Caine. And that was Jaws 4, I think. That was the one where the shark remembered the Brody family and followed them to... Where'd they move to? I kind of feel like if I was that family and they were worried about a shark, they would move to like the Midwest or somewhere where there wasn't an ocean. But of course, they moved to somewhere where there still was an ocean, like Florida. So they moved down there and then the shark like tracked them. Yeah. And yeah. I saw it in the theater.
Yeah, David wants me to do a video game show. Problem with me doing a video game show is that I can't get through video games fast enough to do enough shows to be commercially viable. I mean, I'll fucking spend a long time on one game. All right. Like, I still haven't gotten through that new fucking Alien game where you play Ripley's daughter. It's pretty good. I mean, there are some problems with it, but like, you can't fucking fight this thing, and fucking you're playing this girl and she just can't really fight anything. So everything is about hiding. And that's just the way that character is written. And it's getting kind of annoying to me. But I don't know if I could do a video game channel. I don't know. I'd have to fucking... I don't really like playing video games that much.
He doesn't really have the stamina.
Yeah, I guess the good thing about it. I'll fucking
To be honest.
I'll play a couple of hours and go, fuck that. You know what I mean? Now, if I was fucking 20 years younger, or I was like driven to complete the damn game, then maybe. But most of these games, I'm not even really driven to complete them. I'm like, I see where this is going. I don't give a shit. And stop playing. I don't know what it is. When you're younger, you're real curious about how the thing's going to end and what the next levels will be. When you get in your fucking 40s and 50s, you don't care as much. You don't care what the game's going to be. It's just something some motherfucker wrote, you know? So I'm not as curious as I was about how it's going to end.
You're no fun, Tom.
No, I was more curious. Look, man, I was more curious when I was a kid on that damn fucking Atari.
That's why you're old.
Trying to do fucking...
Because you're not
listen
curious
to her. She's trying to fuck with me all the time.
That's why you're old.
Remember that game Adventure when you were on Atari and you find the fucking hidden fucking screen that had the writer's name in it? You're super curious about... Because you don't know the limits of video games. What else is on that motherfucker? You know? Or the same thing. You're playing fucking Akari Warriors. And what's the end? How much money is it going to take you to get to the end of that goddamn thing? You know? And eventually you get to the end of it and you go, okay, that's the end. And it's really not much different from the beginning of it when you look back on it. But back in those days, you were quite impressed that you got to the end of it. You know? It's just imagery. You know? Computer imagery. So
He's too cool for that shit nowadays.
It's not just me. I mean, fucking, that's one of the reasons why kids don't really give a shit about these movies. Because it's imagery. They grew up with fucking intense imagery. It doesn't impress them. But fucking, when we were seeing these movies, we'd see this fucking badass imagery like something out of Blade Runner or fucking Alien. And the imagery was fucking like, wow. Fucking, that was super impressive. But kids of the equivalent age today see imagery in the movies and they don't even care. It's because their imagery doesn't impress them. They grew up with that.
Speaking of which, I'm kind of hoping, I don't know if I'm going to be able to like pull this off because we're moving now, but I'm going to do a 31 days of Halloween. I decided I was going to do 31 days. So I'm going to start doing like movie reviews. I'm going to do one movie review every single day of October. Hopefully. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to do 31 movies that I wanted to do for a really long time and I haven't really got around to doing. I know Tom's going to like sneer at me.
I'm not even listening. What
and be upset about it.
I didn't even hear what you're saying. What are you saying?
And it'll be stupid.
No stuff.
But you know what I mean. It'll be fun.
Mango Badger says the only movie to watch for Michael Caine is The Hand. That is not true. Michael Caine had other good movies.
No, The Hand was awesome.
The Hand was good, but he had other good movies. The Island was good. I really liked The Island.
We did reviews of both of those.
Yeah.
Both of those.
Yeah, fucking October Bay says Tom's not old. The older the fucking bull, the stiffer the horn. Yeah, right, bro. No, she does that to me when she wants to fucking fuck with me. She calls me an old man, even though I'm only a couple of years older than her.
Well, I'm old too. But I'm not in denial about it.
I'm not in denial about it.
I'm also old, and I'm like...
I'm not in denial about it. I know what I know. I'm 52.
I accept it. Oh. I accept it. So, you know.
Yeah, The Island was fucking great. I liked The Island.
David Warner was in that shit.
Yeah. I think
although, he was in... Honestly, I saw David Warner in The Omen getting his head cut off by the pane of glass. He was in a lot of movies back in the day. I loved him in the 70s, and then I realized later that in the 80s, that bitch would be in anything. Because I saw a bunch of David Warner.
Well, yeah, he had bills.
Because
bitch had bills to pay.
Mystery Science Theater did a like medieval. The fuck was the name of that movie? They did some like weird like medieval movie, and a couple of them had David Warner in them, and I was kind of like, oh, David Warner, you were in The Omen. How did you sink this low?
No, bitch had.
But then I was kind of like, well, bitch gotta eat.
Bitch gotta eat. Bitch had bills to pay.
So I'm not gonna hate.
He had an expensive, probably a cocaine habit and fucking houses to pay for. You know what I mean? Fucking. Of course he's going to be in a movie.
I can't shit on the actors too much. It's like, I make fun, but it's kind of like...
Richard Burton would be
look,
in anything.
they got a job like everybody else. And they're kind of like, look, I have I made all this money back in the 70s, and I bought this house, and I married this wife, and now she's taking me for all my money.
Look.
So I have to, like, pay all these bills.
Look, don't listen to her. The deal was this.
Tom knows.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna fucking lay this shit out so you guys can understand this.
Don't listen to me. Tom knows
Don't listen
better.
to her.
Tom knows better than everybody.
I just know better than her. Fucking the British actors were the shit. Okay? Because they came from a system where you actually had to learn how to act and go through the theater, do some Shakespearean shit, get training. It's not the way American actors came into the scene in Hollywood. They came into who could blow who, how much coke they could chip into the project. Fucking, it was a lot more shady. All right, a lot of those American actors were not trained. They were making shit up. But a British actor was trained.
Well,
so Hollywood.
I've always said no. I'm not going to let you.
Go ahead.
When do you ever let me?
No.
finish?
I just laid the first thing down. I'm laying down the groundwork for what was coming next. The British actors were trained, but they came from England. They didn't have a whole lot of money. So you could hire these trained actors for your project, and they would class up the joint. And that's what Hollywood used these British... And fucking Mango Badger's going to jump in because that's right, that's what happened. Hollywood would hire British actors to class up the fucking joint, and they didn't pay them all that much. Not compared to some American hottie girl who was fucking casty couching, blowing dudes for the $1 million. Weinstein and the motherfucker. You know what I mean? So they would bring in these British dudes, Alec Guinness and fucking Richard Burton.
Can you act? No.
Yeah. Well,
do you have nice titties?
Yeah.
Okay,
then you're gonna be in the
hired.
movie. Exactly. That's exactly. But they'd fucking Warner. Fucking. You'd bring in fucking Michael Caine. You'd bring in fucking Richard Burton and fucking Alec Guinness, and they would class your project
Most of them,
okay.
I'm mostly talking about Oliver Reed here.
Yeah.
We're too drunk to know what was going on.
Oliver Reed.
At this stage.
Don't get me started on Oliver Reed.
Okay. I'm just saying, no hate against alcoholics. I'm super drunk right now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that
Oliver Reed was the best British drunk you could get. For the money. He would show up, class up the joint. He was scary.
Would he show up? Maybe.
Yeah. He could act.
When he showed up, he'd be awesome.
And he would seem super serious. And then while you weren't watching, he'd fucking take his clothes off and walk down the street and go to the fucking bar and get arrested.
You never knew.
Yeah, he would do some shit.
It was a surprise.
Right. But everybody loved him. It was, oh, we know you. You're that British actor. Yes, I'm Oliver Reed. Okay, we're not going to arrest you. We're going to take you back to the fucking... That's...
You're white enough and rich enough, you can get away with all kinds of shenanigans.
Yeah. So that's what that was all about. But you got to hand that to the British. The British actors fucking classed up a lot of American movies.
They did.
Yeah.
Even when David Warner in... What the fuck movie was that? I saw it on MST. It was like some medieval shit. Even when he was peeing in a pan and throwing it at a wizard, he was still managing to class up the place.
Yeah.
We love you, David Warner.
Yeah.
Honestly, I first saw David Warner in The Omen, and then he was in Time After Time. We did a review of that, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody go watch Time After Time.
Yeah, good movie.
From 1979. One of my favorite movies ever. Jack the Ripper meets H.G. Wells. There's time travel involved.
Yeah.
It's really, really good. But yeah. So it kind of made me sad.
David June jumps in and says, Rick from The Walking Dead. Yeah, he was fucking great too. It's another British actor. You would know that dude was British.
Andy Lincoln.
I'm Southern and he got that accent right. He got it pretty right.
Well, everybody that saw Love Actually knew that he was British. Although I didn't see that because I didn't like chick flicks.
I didn't know he was British, and I was going like, where'd they get that? I said, that fucking, where's that dude from? He sounds like he's from fucking Mississippi or Alabama. It sounded like a fucking, I bought it. He was good. His accent was fucking spot on. Now sometimes, with him talking about Carl, it's not quite that strong, but I thought it was a Southerner acting. You know what I mean?
Acting.
He's acting. But no, I bought that one. If you put him right next to fucking a real Southern actor like fucking Rooker, Michael Rooker, that's a real Mississippi motherfucker right there, okay? And you didn't see a big difference between the two. You know what I mean? You can believe that those two guys were from the same world.
I speculated about this. Why is it that British actors, in general, can do a better American accent? American actors cannot do British accent.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever...
Well...
Somebody please correct me.
I'll tell you what.
Have you ever seen an American actor do a better...
Southern accent.
British accent than a British actor has done an American accent?
No.
All
you gotta do is look at fucking
Keanu
Keanu Reeves trying to do a British accent out of fucking...
It's always bad. It's always like, every time I hear it, I'm not even British, and I'm just kind of like,
ridiculous.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm always kind of like this the whole time.
It goes back to what I was saying, all right? No old boy in there, he's mad at me because I fucking timed him out, but he's got acting training.
Don't time people out.
Oh, no, I time a motherfucker out when I want to time a motherfucker out. I'm drunk. I'll time your fucking ass out, okay? But
you have too much power.
No, power's going to be abused. That's how it's going to be.
You're not allowed to...
I'm not about justice. This is injustice. All right, that's it. I'm
going to take your tablet.
Not even fucking playing.
I'm taking your tablet away.
But look, fucking, I got theatrical training too, and fucking Gramthars Hammer, who's in there. We went to the same fucking high school. We had a really good drama teacher. She was crazy as shit, but it was classical training. It was kind of like what the British would get. Them even better because they would go into the Shakespearean stuff. All right. The reason why the British can do it is because they do total immersion, and they fucking will get coaches, and they will actually become...
Well, they take it seriously.
Yeah, they're taking it seriously. They will actually become a person from another country. That's what they're doing. The fucking accent and everything. It's kind of like method acting, but better. You can just do a total immersion and just become another person. Is it good for your mental health? No, it isn't. At all. Fucking, and even old what's his name, dude who played fucking Hannibal Lecter will tell you that acting, if you really acting, real acting is bad for your mental health. What's his name? Guy who played Hannibal Lecter.
Wait, which one? In the movie or in the series?
The movie.
Anthony Hopkins?
Anthony Hopkins. Well, he's good. Even though if you ask me, he's always played himself a lot. He's played himself, really.
He's earned it.
Yeah, but he can. That's another one that they hire to class up the fucking joint. All right. But, so, he'll know what I'm talking about. They're using kind of like a total immersion technique where they'll get a voice coach and they'll fucking train over and over and over again to get that accent right. Your average American working out of Hollywood in a fucking B movie won't even give a shit. They'll just fake it.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like...
Just to get the work out of the way and then they're on to the next project. They don't give a shit.
The American, and I'm not... I don't know. I'm generalizing a little bit. But the American way, kind of... Not everybody. The American way is kind of to, let's find the easiest way to, get around this.
Yeah.
With as little work as possible. We don't want to, make anything good. We just want to like make it as we want to make it look good, but with as little work as possible. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
it's more about money and drugs and time.
Yeah. So I kind of feel I don't know if a lot of American actors would put in the same kind of like, and that's what I mean. What I mean, a lot of British actors take that craft more seriously than an American actor would generally. I'm not saying everybody.
Camp Guy.
Generally.
Camp Guy mentioned Peter O'Toole. That was another motherfucker that could class up the joint. And fucking, have you ever seen him in fucking A Man Called Horse and Return of a Man Called Horse?
I love Peter O'Toole.
Yeah, he did a great job. And the Man Called Horse is about fucking a British dude who gets fucking abducted by a Native American Indian tribe, and he becomes an Indian. He goes Injun. That's what they call it back in the day. And there's all kinds of fucking wild shit happens. It's a great movie. I can't find Man Called Horse, but I can find Return of a Man Called Horse. I don't know what, maybe copywriting or something about the ownership of that movie. I wanted to buy it. I remembered it as a kid. Man Called Horse. You can't find it. Kind of a lost movie. But it had all kinds of weird Native American rituals of fucking hanging people from the lodge poles with the fucking, the bear claws through their fucking skin. They were doing suspension like Aurora does, using fucking bear claws and shit. Remember that? Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
A long time
ago? Yeah.
Camp Guy says, I think the SNL cast gets voice lessons, singing lessons. Yeah, I kind of feel like if you're going to be in entertainment, you kind of like, on a large scale, you kind of need that. Philbert says, I prefer method acting. You have to dig deep inside yourself to feel the part you play. Yeah, I get that. I get that, like, everybody likes to shit on actors like, I'm trying to think of, like, a famous method actor. Daniel Day-Lewis, let's say that. And he's like, look, I'm going to just be the character. Nobody talk to me. You know what I mean? I get that that's, like, easy to make fun of, but I get it. I kind of feel like if I was an actor, which I'm not, because I can't, like, pretend to be somebody else. It's like, I'm not willing to go there. But I get that you just want to, like, immerse yourself in that headspace. Yeah. And just kind of, like, I'm just going to, like, be this person. And I don't want, like, anything.
I don't remember everything of the system of method acting. All right. He's talking...
method acting is pretty much... I am this person. Yeah. I am this character. So you have to like respond to me.
Yeah, but then there was more to it than that. There was something about associating your past fucking emotional responses with this character.
That too.
But I remembered that it worked. But when you're real young, you don't have enough memories to make these associations. I remember thinking when I was learning all that method acting was only about half of it. And then for me at that time, the other half was basically mimicking what you see other people doing too. It's been a long time. A lot of it had to do with blocking. A lot of it had to do with feeding off the audience. There's a synergy between the actor, the whole cast, and energy coming off of a live crowd, which of course you don't have in movies. See, so it makes it a lot harder. I think when the guys that are fucking acting in movies, a lot of it's just mechanical because they're repeating the same things over and over and over again.
Well, to me, that would seem like really hard because a day of movie shooting is basically like, well, you have to sit around for like 4 hours and have like makeup put on, and then you have to go and get like, we have to like have a bunch of angles of you doing this one scene over and over again. Then you have to. So I don't know, it would seem like really hard to like immerse yourself in that character.
Cam Guy says a lot of it has to do with how an actor is perceived as well. Yeah, their public image. Like you look at Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is all public image and he pretty much plays himself in every fucking movie.
And I can't imagine Tom Cruise having a personality.
I think Tom Cruise...
As in, like... a personality other than the thing that he's portraying to the world.
if you ask me, Tom Cruise's fucking acting career has kind of suffered because he's always that. And it was, it's called typecasting. But the whole Scientology thing and all that's fucking kind of folded in. And he does have his fans, but he's always going to live off of his fans for the rest of his life. Which I wouldn't call myself a Tom Cruise fan, but I like Tom Cruise. And I will see his spy movies. Every one of them that's came out in the theater, I've seen it. What's it called?
The Mission Impossible? Yeah.
Yeah, I like Mission Impossible.
Some of those were good, yeah.
I liked his fucking Oblivion. I liked the fucking the science fiction that's come out. Now, is he acting? No, he's more like performing. He's Tom Cruise in all of them.
That's what I'm saying. I make a distinction between acting and performing because if you're acting, I forget that it's you.
Yeah.
If you're performing, I still remember that it's you, but I'm still kind of buying you in whatever it is that you're doing.
The closest to acting out of the good movies that I've liked that I've seen of him would have been Interview with the Vampire. Sometimes I will kind of forget that was Tom Cruise and kind of buy that that's Lestat. That was really overall his best movie, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the best acting is if you're a big star, if I forget that that's you.
Yeah.
If I think that is another person.
With Tom, the only time I've forgotten that was him was in Interview with the Vampire. The rest of his movies, that's fucking Tom Cruise. But they're paying to see Tom Cruise, so I understand it.
Sure.
Back in the market during those days, that market was paying to see Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
It was pre-internet.
Playing a different role, but it's still Tom Cruise.
It's still Tom Cruise. And a lot of that shit was going on in the fucking 80s and 90s too. And so I think artistically it was the right choice.
I mean, two of the things I bring up in the effect of like a big actor making me forget that was an actor.
Yeah, Philbert said another thing. Fucking Eyes Wide Shut, you kind of forget that's fucking Tom Cruise.
I did not.
Kinda.
I did not.
Kinda. He's good in it. He is good in it.
He's good in it,
yeah.
But I didn't forget that was Tom Cruise. It's still Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I guess so.
I didn't forget that. He still had that cocky...
Yeah, maybe.
He still had that.
Maybe he did.
Quality.
But that was selling at that time.
But I never liked that. So it's like, to me, that was always kind of like...
It worked, though. It made money. It made money. That's what they were buying at the time.
To me, that was like very tiresome. But okay.
I always liked Tom. Even though
he's a tiresome person.
Yeah. He's a fucking cocky motherfucker. But that's part tiresome. That was part of his brand, though. And I understand.
It is on brand.
Yeah, I understand. I understand a lot of people didn't like it, but that's people were paying to see that. This is pre-internet. You couldn't get sick of a motherfucker as fast as you can nowadays. And it was not as fucking wide spectrum. It was a narrow spectrum back then, the media, the way it was. And I remembered in those days seeing those movies and liking it. What the fuck? They're fucking messaging. I liking it because it was Tom Cruise. Now, look.
Can I get back to what I was talking about before you interrupted me?
All right, go ahead.
So, the Unity for me too.
Tom was great in Tropic Thunder as last.
I need to rewatch that.
I need to see it. Yeah.
You probably need to watch that
because
you'd probably love that shit. I feel like you would love that. Two recent, fairly recent examples of actors immersing themselves in their roles that I forgot who they were. Martin Landau in Ed Wood playing Bela Lugosi. The first time I saw Ed Wood in the theater, whenever that came out, in the early 2000s, I forgot that was an actor playing Bela Lugosi. I forgot momentarily that Bela Lugosi was no longer alive. So, good job there. Oscar robbed. Another thing was the movie about Aileen Wuornos, Monster. Charlize Theron playing Aileen Wuornos. I saw that in the theater, and I forgot that Aileen Wuornos was dead, and that I was not watching her on the fucking screen. To me, that is Oscar-worthy acting. I forgot that was an actor. I forgot the actual person they were playing was dead. I thought that I was watching the actual person. So to me, that seems like it should get the awards because I forgot. I forgot that that wasn't that actual person.
Straw Dog says that Tom, his best movie was fucking Born on the 4th of July. I remember seeing that, but I forgot which one that was.
That was okay. I rember that.
It was a Vietnam movie.
Yeah.
Is that the one where
he was like a paraplegic or something?
Maybe.
Yeah, he was in a wheelchair. Well, he was in a wheelchair. Yeah.
I got that one confused with the Michael J. Fox one, where they.
He played an actual person.
Yeah.
In Born on the 4th of July. Like I said.
There's something about Tom Cruise. When I see Tom Cruise, I don't want him to see play an actual person, though. It's just, that's his brand, I guess. Even in The Mummy.
That's what I mean. I kind of feel like Tom Cruise is one of these...
He's kind of like Arnold, where it's not a real person.
You get into this, fucking, like, purgatory of acting, where you're kind of like... I can't play a character because everyone knows who I am. So I can't immerse myself into a role like no one will buy it. But it's kind of like I have to like play myself in a certain way, but also that's no one wants to see that either.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like a weird, I don't know, it's like a weird like gray area. I don't know. And Tom Cruise, I saw him in movies in the 80s, and I remember not liking him back then because it seems like every character he played was like this cocky, overconfident, douchey character. And I was just kind of like, bleh. I don't like people like that. So I was just kind of like, all right, you're going to just do that from now on. Great. So, but when he played like other characters in later movies, I was kind of like, okay, you can kind of like play a different kind of character, but I still remember that it's you though, which is unfortunate. But I will give it Interview with the Vampire. Like sometimes Interview with the Vampire, he was good in that. He was good in Magnolia. He's good when he's playing a dick. When he's playing a villain, he's good like that.
Yeah.
That's playing into like his natural tendencies, right? When he's playing a good guy, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. You fine?
I'm ready to fucking close it down. I'm getting drunk. What's you want another drink? Nah, you don't need any more. You've had enough.
I don't know.
You've had enough.
I would like some more water, please.
We'll get you some more water. But no, it's almost not. It's past 9.
It is 9:16 p.m.
Yeah.
Can I have some more water?
Yeah.
Water. Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know. I kind of feel like that's and I'm not saying that like I don't like these actors that, yeah, like Johnny Depp. It's like we know it's Johnny Depp. He's just Johnny Depp being this other person. But I'm a lot more impressed with an actor that, as famous as they are, I forget who they are. Like I said, I went and saw Monster in the theater when it came out, which was, I don't know when that was. Early 2000s, mid 2000s, whenever it was. Charlize Theron playing Aileen Wuornos. I saw that in the theater and I forgot that Aileen Wuornos, the actual person, was dead. I thought that I was watching her on the screen. That's how good that shit was. So I kind of feel like that's what you're aspiring to. Like, if you're playing a real person, make me forget that that is you. So in some ways, when you're an actor and you become as big as someone like Tom Cruise or whoever, it's kind of, in a way, that's good because you're making all the money, but it's also like a detriment because everybody knows you, so you can't lose yourself in a role as easily. So it's much more difficult. Because to me, it seems like as an actor, you need to lose yourself. I need to forget that that's an actor and I'm seeing that character, whoever it is, whether it's a real person or a fictional person. You need to portray that character. I don't need to see you, the actor. Yeah. You know?
Okay, so I think it's been a good fucking stream today. We're going to go ahead and we're going to wrap it up. If you guys can go ahead and like, share, and subscribe. Well, shit, why am I fucking go ahead and telling you guys to like and subscribe? I mean, you guys already fucking know the deal. We're going to be back when?
Friday.
We'll be back Friday night.
We are going to be talking about a super depressing topic.
Yeah, what are we going to see?
Unit 731.
Which one was that?
Japanese war crimes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know some of that stuff. Okay, I know about that one. All right, so Unit 731, Japanese fucking war crimes. They're doing medical experiments and stuff. Yeah, I remember that one.
It's pretty fucked
Weapons
up.
experiments. Does this include the microwave weapon experiments?
Yes.
They had that one too? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's
sitting there just cooking dudes with microwaves and shit. All right, so we'll...
we can't even, make jokes about shit. It's no. It's so messed up.
Yeah, they did bad shit. A lot of biological biological experimentation and shit. Okay, so we'll talk to you guys later. We're going to go ahead and sign out.
Although, we will be back... Yeah, we'll be back Friday night talking about depressing war crimes.
That's what I said.
Good for you. But, that's what you guys voted for.
Listen. Okay.
That's what you guys voted for.
Yeah. That's what they wanted. That's what we're talking about. We'll see you guys later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you guys later. Bye.